Am I live? Oh. Hello. Am I live, guys? Oh, yeah, I am live. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Chris Angel here and stuff. Sorry I'm late. I had to, I was doing some illegal stuff in the background. I had some of the Chelsea players' wives and misses in hostage for the game on Sunday. So, yeah. Um, I'm here. I hope everyone is well. And yes, so let me see. Let's start off with Miles High Hotspur. Big up to you, my brother. Brian, what's up, Brian? Revenite, I see you in the background. I'm about to pull you in. Uh, Dakota, big up. Uncle, yes, I know I am late. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. John, what's up? And now let's get the show on the road. I'm gonna bring up one of the regulars and stuff. My boy John. What's going on, John?
Big up, Chris. Big up, Chris. Big
Sorry
up to
I'm
the
late.
chat as well.
Sorry I'm late, man. Actually, not like my son got in trouble in school and stuff. Apparently, he got into altercation, and apparently he resorted to not use his words, and he decided to choke a kid out and stuff. So
Good
I had
lord.
to I had to deal with that and stuff. So sorry
Yeah.
I'm late. And I see Uncle in the background.
Yo.
Uncle,
Good company.
it's been a
Big
while,
up,
Uncle.
Albert.
What's up,
Tell
Uncle?
tell tell your kid I'm loving him already. That'll learn them. That will
Yeah,
learn
oh
them.
my
That will
God.
fucking learn them, man.
No, but like apparently I spoke to him and he's like, nah, the kid put hands on me first, and I'm like, I can't really say nothing about that, man.
Yeah.
So
Yo, that's my boy.
Exactly.
Tell him I said big up to him. That's what we do. That's a real red, man.
yeah. So how you guys doing, man? How's your
We're,
week been? How's your week been?
we're doing
And
good. We're doing great, man. We're doing great.
how's the
I
family?
just
How's the family, Uncle?
everything is fine except that I have a stomach flu, so
Oh man,
God damn,
I
Uncle.
I was actually thinking about going to Wembley, but I have a stomach flu,
are you
so
are
I
you in England right now, Uncle?
no, I'm in Ghana.
Oh, you're
My
in Ghana.
my dad turned 90, so I came home to visit.
Oh
But
man.
I've been in and out, um, and I wanted to go back yesterday, but I have a stomach flu
Okay.
from my dad's 90th birthday party. I think I
You,
overindulged.
you,
Oh my God, Uncle, you got drunk, Uncle?
No, I didn't get drunk. I'm not a kind of person who gets drunk. I just drink a little bit just to just to forget I have bills to pay.
I
But
understand. I feel that. I feel that.
yeah,
Okay, so I see Brian in the background.
yeah,
Brian,
Brian. Big
what's
up,
up,
Brian.
Brian?
How's it going, boys? I just want to drop in and say hello.
All right, man. I'm glad to
what's
have
up,
you and stuff.
doing, man?
And I have Shinwick come. Who's that? Is that Tarmizi? Tarmizi.
Yeah, big
What's
up,
up,
Big up,
brother?
Tamizi.
everyone.
That's
Hey,
my
Uncle, get
my
well
favorite.
soon, yeah.
That's my favorite Bruneian.
Hey, say less, say less.
Ask me how many Bruneians I know.
But
But
I hope
I
you.
I
actually
gotta
I
put that
actually
question
went to
to.
school. I actually went to school with one of them, and we've stayed friends ever since.
Glad to hear, glad to hear. Yeah, Brunei is a small country, but
Yeah.
hey,
I went to s- I was in class in university with this lady. Her name was Leila, and we've stayed friends ever since. She even
yeah,
came in Nigeria for a while, and we've been in touch ever since we finished school.
cool. Glad to hear. Yeah. All I'm gonna say is, Angel, John, and Brian, if you guys have the time and money, visit Brunei one day. It's
Brunei.
very peaceful.
Honestly,
Yeah,
like I must sound ignorant. I've never heard that country before and stuff. But
exactly. That's what I'm gonna say.
I will look
Yeah.
it up right now. How you spell
You
that?
know, actually,
It's
Tamizi,
in Indonesia.
I've been all around. I've been all around. I've been to Malaysia. I've been to Thailand,
Singapore.
Singapore several times because I went there to build an FSOP, but
Yeah, yeah,
I haven't Jurong. I stayed at Jurong for about 8 months actually. Um,
yeah.
Hmm.
but I never quite made it to Brunei. One of these
Yeah,
days, I probably will go there. Now that I'm retired, I'll
Oh,
probably
right.
go there.
exactly. Yeah, when you have the time, that's
Definitely.
that's that's it. You know what I'm saying.
I definitely want to visit Asia more for sure. I've not really been to many Asian countries to be honest.
Yeah. Look, I think Uncle said it. I think Barnes did posted that LFC official store in Singapore. It's quite big over there.
Mm.
They played the preseason against Bayern in the summer last year. So it's a huge fan base over here. Apparently, Indonesia has five LFC supporters club all around the country. So it's a
Oh,
huge fan base over here.
It's close
And
to it's close to Malaysia, right? Tarmizi.
yeah, it's so we're neighbors basically.
Brunei
Okay.
actually is supposed to be part of Malaysia, but the British did something. You know what they do?
Oh, okay, okay,
They
okay.
cut
Yeah,
up they cut territories. How they cut it up? I think
Oh,
they kind of realized that Brunei had a little bit more oil than everybody else, so they
oh, okay,
cut it up.
oh boy.
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they cut it up.
Colonization and Commonwealth. But yeah,
But
Yeah.
I wanted to get into a topic before we go crazy because we know how we do here and stuff. But
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on the game on Sunday. If
Oh
you're
boy.
worried, if you're scared, if you're
Well, I'm not scared, except that I've heard the comments Pochettino made, and I'm very upset about them.
I
Oh
haven't heard.
yeah.
What are the comments?
Oh yeah. I just seen them as well, Albert, a second ago.
He's trying to game the referees, right?
What?
By saying that whenever he's played Liverpool, all 50-50 decisions have gone to Liverpool, and that the referee shouldn't make this about Klopp's
Yeah.
trying to Klopp leaving Liverpool and just basically trying to game the referees.
That's a low blow though.
Very low blow, man. And I think Liverpool should respond and respond very quickly.
Hmm.
Is,
Okay.
is this is this some like South American skullduggery there, Chris? You know, like
Well,
It's what
we'll
we
win,
do, man. It's what we do.
we'll win the match with our feet, not with our mouths. What a fucking idiot!
Jesus, that's
Well,
kind of idiotic.
classic pre-final smack talk.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
should go lose some weight, man.
I guarantee you, Kenny Dalglish has said exactly the same before. Classic. If you get butt hurt
Yeah,
over that, guys,
So let me read it to you. Mauricio Pochettino has urged the officials in Sunday's Carabao Cup final to be fair, as he warned them against getting caught up in emotion around Jurgen Klopp's departure from Liverpool. What has that got to do with anything? He said Chelsea's coach looked to ramp up the mind games as he called on Chris Kavanagh, who will be the referee, to treat both teams equally. Pochettino referenced Chelsea being denied two penalties when they lost 4-1 to Liverpool at Anfield last month, and said he did not want his side's task at Wembley made harder by forces out of their control. So why didn't he talk about the Jackson handball? What was that?
Hmm.
What was that?
they
Even if
never
they
do
had
it all.
had
They
two
never do
penalties.
Albert. Yeah,
But
Even if they
typically,
had had two penalties against Liverpool, and on that day I was at Anfield, would they have won the match? If they had had two penalties, they would have lost 10-3. What a bunch of
they
fuck.
still would have lost. Yeah, I'm just more hoping I'm just praying we turn up, man, because like it's just a general nervousness with finals. I don't. It's not like I'm scared of Chelsea. It's just like I'm just eager to get this win because like I'm seeing a lot of people being like, I'm okay if we don't win it, but I'm just like, why say those words at all? because I wouldn't say those words. I just say I want to win it, and if it doesn't happen, it is what it is. But I wouldn't utter the words I'm okay with losing.
Wait, who said that?
Yeah, just like I've just been on other channels, and it's just like
Oh, I thought you said like I thought you meant like the like plots.
no,
Oh, okay.
not any of our player. I'm just saying like the fans. This is on the fans.
I'm
It's just
sorry.
like
Like,
because I think it's in English football in general. Like it's not just our fans. I think a lot of fans just respect the Carabao Cup
hmm.
because it was like a lot of the fans dissed United when they won it last season, right? So now they can't big it up for themselves. So they just have to say that kind of caveat to back themselves up.
But
But but I've always respected every trophy. So it's
I don't
just
I don't understand though. Like when did okay? Because from the OGs and stuff, Liverpool fans, the people that have been following Liverpool longer than I have and stuff. The, if I remember correctly, the way it's talked about, the Carabao Cup is big. When did it become not big?
I've been thinking
That's
about
my
that.
question. Like, when
Yeah.
did like when did that become a thing? Like when did it,
But I who said that we shouldn't win it? Who's talking like that?
It's
Um,
those
uh,
pesky people again, Albert. It's those pesky people.
People get off this cheap Moroccan hashish, man. It's not
People,
helping.
people, people.
oh hashish? Hey, what do you know? What do you know about hashish, Uncle?
Cheap Moroccan. I've been a student before, Chris. Come on, man.
But Tarmizi, what are your thoughts, Tarmizi?
I feel calmer right now. I
Okay.
think maybe as it comes nearer with the game in coming on Sunday, then I would start to feel, I don't know. Right now I still feel relaxed, but probably because the news of with the two marquee forwards in Nunes and Salah still uncertain, and then probably Sobo as well. He's been spotted, but no one knows until the game day itself. Then that's how I'm gonna start how I feel
Okay.
in when it's just 1 hour shy of kickoff. But for now, I think I'm not gonna change my prediction because uh, I'm confident that we get the dub and first back of the trophy for the season
Yeah.
with this
But,
squad
but
chasing.
that's the thing too, right? Realum just said it right there, right?
yeah,
So it technically
exactly.
could be Klopp's last. Like I don't know. We don't want to be negative and stuff, but technically speaking, it could be his last
Yeah,
final. So for people to sit there and say, forget the final and stuff, or focus on the league, it's kind of I don't know. I feel like they were dropped in the head as kids and stuff. It doesn't make sense to me and stuff. So
Well. You know what? I think, guys. Guess what? The starting 11 that started against Luton can beat Chelsea.
Yes.
The starting 11 that started against Luton can beat Chelsea.
mm,
We just need to clean up our act. If I were to worry about anybody, I will worry about Raheem Sterling, because
really,
he's the one player in the Chelsea team who is experienced. He's a former Liverpool player. He's experienced. So if you these situations will not overall him. He's played at Wembley several times, gone as far as playing in a European Cup final. He's not overawed by these things. He's the person you need to check. Apart from that, I think all the other guys, I mean, we can deal with them, because we are not a team that doesn't create chances. We need to take our chances, and if we take our chances, we will beat them. I hear that Badiashile is injured.
Yeah,
If
he's
he's
injured. I
injured,
think. Yeah.
yeah, if he's injured, better. They should bring the old man. We'll deal with
Yeah,
them.
I think like I heard that they're gonna he like Pochettino is gonna put Thiago Silva in, but he's not even in full training yet. So I heard Chelsea fans are quite worried about that, and I hope they do that because that's what we need, an old centre back who's not quite fit. Like if they do that, they're just asking for trouble.
And these days he always has mistakes in him, so they should bring him.
Yeah.
We're ready. I think that. sometimes like Pep Linder says, and I actually do like Pep Linder's interviews. He says, out of every misfortune comes opportunity. I I had never heard of Jaden Dennis or Jaden Dance or whatever his name is. Dude comes in for just like 5 minutes and see what he can do. So if we're not giving these kids a chance, you will never know what they can do. Look at the revelation that Conor Bradley is. And I checked um the wage roster. He's paid on he's still on YTS wages.
Mm.
He's still on YTS wages, that kid.
So,
So I think that we're good to go. We should be able to put up a team to beat Chelsea, and that's the end of the story. If we get Nunes, Salah, and Zoboslai back, all the better.
Brian?
What am I feeling about the game? Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
yeah. You always are we interrupting your dinner there, honey? uh, you're always nervous before a final. You know, you're not human if you're not nervous before a final. You know, it's game day thing. It's whatever it is. Do you get nervous the day before, and do you wake up on the morning and you're all cool? I don't know. It's what kind of person you are. Maybe you don't get nervous until halftime, but I'm always nervous just when there's nothing else to happen between now and the final. You know, Luton is the game. You don't need to worry about the final. Don't even think about it. Then we get Luton out of the way. So closer it gets. My only issue is, and it is great, and it's all that. And Pep Linders is going to say these kind of things that from these opportunities, but nobody's going to convince me that it's an ideal scenario that the next kid off the rank is literally a kid. We're asking the same team that performed against Luton to go out and do it again, bar maybe a switch. I'd imagine an obvious switch for Kanade instead of
yes.
Kwanzaa. He'll come in.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Robbo might start. Maybe he won't. Maybe Gomez starts right back instead of Bradley. For me, Bradley and Gomez is fine, but you're asking the same team and nothing on the bench. If we're in the worst case scenario where there's no Nunes and no Salah, at best, I think we might get one of them to start and one on the bench. So you're literally talking about asking Dan's, McConnell, Clark, these guys to come off the bench in a cup final to be able. No one's going to convince me this. Yeah, amazing opportunity for the kid, but not a position any manager will ever want to be in. You'll want to have the likes of a Gravenberch, a Gakpo, a Simicas, and at least one other senior, say a Sabazai on the bench to be able to come on and change a game, not ask the kids to come on. It's fine bringing the kids on and giving their opportunity when we're 3 or 4 nil up, but again, you're not going to convince me this is a good thing. It may end up, hey, a kid becomes a hero, great, but this isn't Royal Rovers. This is real life,
Yeah.
and we need a proper squad because they've had a week off. We had to go. We didn't beat Luton 4-1, being 4-0 up at half time. We had to go right till the end of that game, pretty
Yeah.
much for 70 minutes, maximum intensity, maximum effort, just to win that game. 3 games after going toe to toe with a really strong Brentford side. Chelsea have had a week off, and now we have to go and play Chelsea. They've got most of their attacking. They've got issues in defence, but they've got most of their attackers back. They've got that rock solid midfield: Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez, Gallagher. They've got options up front, like Albert is saying. Sterling is a cold player. Uh, Jackson is a problem finishing wise, yeah. But Sterling and Kunku, some of these boys they have around, I think I think we'll win it, but I think we're going to have to work way hard. This is going to be 10 times harder unless they completely, make a mess of the bed and they don't show up for their final and they you know. But I think they'll see us as they look at our weekend team and go, we can go for this. They owe us for 2 cup finals. They'll have motivation. And they've got a strong team. So I think this will probably be one of the hardest wins against it. We're not slapping them up 4-0 or 4-1.
Yeah.
We're going to have to work really hard to win this game. And we've only got very few options on the bench. And even if the boys come back, like Sabasa, he might be good for 20 minutes. So, yeah, look, go and win it because it'll be a great game for anybody that is involved because a couple of young kids will be involved. So go out there, win the final for Klopp. But this is going to go right through. Yeah, this
Yeah.
we're like I say, we're not going to slap them up at all. I don't see it happening. A really strong team at the moment.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's why it's really important that we don't give away any silly goals in this game because, like you said, Brian, with the bench being as it is, I think it's unfair to expect them to be able to change the game, like you said. So I
Well,
think we can't have any silly goals or like a mistake from Kelleher or someone defense switching off, and then we just give them a free goal. Not in the final.
hey, now let's say, come on, let's chill out on Kelleher. All right, hey, don't make me come over there. I've got air miles. Don't make me come over there. Straight away with Kelleher. Straight away on Peavine. Seriously, it's a good thing I was in here. But now, look, I know what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, nothing stupid. Because, like Mike Tyson always said, everyone has a game plan until they get punched in the mouth. So
Yes,
we can go out there with all the game plans in the world, and if we stick one past them after 2 minutes, we get a corner or we get a good, we just do something. We go an early goal, break the whole thing open. So yeah,
definitely.
head switched on, definitely head switched on from the start.
Okay. I
I
wanted
I
to go ahead.
I honestly think, and this is just my thoughts. Konate comes back in for for young
Definitely,
Kwan, right? So basically, more or less, more I use more or less advisedly, more or less our regular back four, because I say this, I am more comfortable with Bradley as a right lateral defender than Trent. I keep saying this and I'm not backing down on it. I want Trent to be incorporated into our team in another shape or form. I just don't like him at right foot.
it
Uncle,
won't
stop.
be an issue on Sunday because
Oh,
he's out. So
stop
So
right there. Stop right there.
Robertson back.
I'm gonna bring in someone right now that might wanna debunk.
Oh
No,
boy.
I mean Robertson is back, and nobody has noticed, but Robertson is playing very, very, very well.
Big up,
Robertson,
tough man.
And you as
Big
yeah,
up.
well, but
yeah, Robertson is really, really, really well. So, I mean, if we have McAllister, Endo, and Gravenberch in the center of the pack, these guys are gonna have to eat something. Man. I love me. I love me my Endo, man. I love me my Endo. Mr. Miyagi, bring him on any fucking day, bro.
They. I also wanted to ask you guys about because I know today what happened today as well. The draw for the Europa League. What are your thoughts on the team we drew?
good
And
draw, folks.
yeah,
yeah,
so
It's a good
um,
draw for the fans. It's good away day. It's what you want in the Europa League. Good
yeah,
chance of winning
so
in a beautiful city to go and visit.
yeah, so what are your thoughts? How far you think we can go? And do you think it's an opportunity to maybe test or bring in more youth through that competition, or should we just keep going strong in that
That's getting
competition?
serious there now, Chris. It's getting serious. This becomes one of those, yeah, a little bit of a mix, but we're in that competition to win it. So
Of course,
you
yeah,
can bring in a couple of the bits and pieces, the younger people, but no, for me, you go as strong as you can in the Europa League from now on. Sparta Prague, I don't know. Does anyone know home away first? What's the first leg, home or away?
First,
We're
Home first,
no, away first.
away
away
first.
first. Okay, so yeah, go get it done. Like they're top of the league over there. They're a decent version of that, but I mean, it's probably one of the best sides we could have gotten drawn against.
yeah.
Mm.
It's not being arrogant about it, but that should be guaranteed passage,
We
basically.
have them. We have them on the 7th of March, and then we have Man City on the 10th of March. So they're
Jesus
gonna have
Christ,
to
what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah,
how
that's
they
how they do it. That's how they do it, man. When you play Thursday nights, that's how they
Yes.
do you.
they,
That's
they
crazy.
they they have to figure out how they run it, because I mean you can either decide that it's a good trial match for Man City, or you can decide to rest some of the players. If you ask me, the Prague is very cold. I will rest some of the players.
What are your thoughts, Tarmizi, in regards to the draw, your aspirations for the competition?
I think there are days where you look at the opposition, and sometimes it's one of these odd European teams that could pull a shocker. So at the end of the day, I think with the quality we have, on paper we should prevail, but it's just that one of those days where when things just don't fall into pieces, and the opposition has the upper hand, and then probably the rally from the crowd. We saw that against the in the group game against, can't remember what the French team, is it Lens?
Toulouse,
No,
Toulouse, Toulouse.
Toulouse.
Toulouse. Yeah, Toulouse. So it's one of them ones where if we just keep ourselves focused, and I think it's more of the mindset on the game day, rather than not thinking ahead, because we have that Man City fixtures
That's a tough fixture.
along the way. So if we just keep ourselves focused, then I think we can bring back a good results to Anfield for the second leg. But as of now, I think it's just a matter of just try to keep ourselves professional and just get the job done,
Okay.
especially the first leg. That's
12th
how I
man.
feel.
12th man, your opinion on the draw, your aspirations for the competition and stuff.
I'd be lying if I said I know too much about uh, the Prague team. The only thing I know I can say is that Prague is a beautiful city. So at least the Reds will be traveling to an actually, pretty beautiful city, and they'll be able to enjoy the trip. Hopefully, come back with a win. But as far as competition wise, it comes to Europa, I'm focused on the Caribou Cup right now at the moment. I've been saying it time and time again, like as in the next game up is, I have this next man up mentality. I have this next game up too mentality when it comes to the priority in every game for me. So we can prioritize whatever game is next. That's how I see it, because every game is going to be pretty much a final for us going forward. And yeah, I'm very optimistic that we can navigate these waters and be able to, go to Prague, come back, and actually be ready and prepared um, for City.
Okay.
Yeah, I think when it comes to those Prague games, I think the crucial thing is how we use the squad, and how what like Klopp, how many players he brings out for those games. Because I think if I'm using a point that Brian used before when he was talking about the Luton game, where we didn't finish the game off fast enough, so we couldn't take players off. And I feel like if we go strong enough, that we can maybe get a lead and take players off, because with these injuries we have right now, it's quite difficult to be able to bring in, the enough fringe players that we can still like compete in that game. So I'm assuming we're gonna have to be using some of our first 11, or quite a few of our first 11. So we it's going to be quite a difficult balancing act to get that right. But yeah, but obviously we definitely want to go a lot further in the competition. So yeah, that's just going to be the difficult part about it.
I'm going to bring up Sideline. Sideline, you there?
Oh, wow.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. It's
Yes.
been a while.
Yeah,
You
you're good.
okay?
Well, I've been on the sidelines, man. That's what's going on.
How you doing, man? Can you give me your thoughts about well, it's been a while. Can you give me your thoughts about the Europa League draw? What do you feel about Sunday and stuff?
Yeah, no, for sure, man. I can give you about the Europa League draw. Big up to you, Chris, the magician angel, and Uncle Albert Einstein. The draw. So coincidentally, I watched Sparta Prague against Galatasaray, and Galatasaray is really, really strong team.
This season, yeah, they are
They
Galatasaray, right?
go up to third. Yeah, yeah, they were third in their group in the Champions League. And for me, it was a shock that they would drop to third. I thought that they were going to make it, but anyway, Sparta was trailing, and it was the second leg game, and they had to win like something like 4-0 or 4-1. and I was watching the game. It was very entertaining game, and it was in Prague. Wow, they battered Galatasaray, by the way, 4-1. The fans
Yeah.
were, how can I say it? They were loud. They were very entertaining. The game was on fire, and they got like two of the goals. I remember two or three of them. They were towards the end of the game, the last 10 minutes of the game. So don't take that for granted that that game going to be a walk in the park. I don't think so. I saw
Mm.
that team playing against Galatasaray, and wow, their fans,
They
they were
basically scored 3 goals in 15 minutes.
something like that. It was like a day or 2 days ago, it was on Thursday. It was
It's
on
Thursday
Thursday.
night. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
Thursday.
yeah. And I was watching the game for whatever reason because I was watching Galatasaray just to see if they're gonna make it in the next stage or not. And to be honest, I don't know any player in Sparta Prague, but the way how they played, it was amazing. It was on fire. So I wouldn't take that game for granted. That's one. Second is Man City game is 3 days after that. So yeah, we take a game at a time, but I'm sure Klopp gonna have a big headache. Who is he gonna play a full time rotation? Um, at least win or draw that first game. You know, we got a lot of injuries. Some of them potentially, hopefully, coming back the next few days or so. But I don't think anyone else other than Salah, Nunes, and maybe Soboslai coming back by March 7th. So I think Klopp gonna have a big headache on who is he gonna play with. I'm sure he's gonna go back and watch that game to see how that team plays,
Mm.
and he's gonna see that he's gonna face a strong team.
Mm.
So I don't know. It's gonna be tough, man. If we didn't have the injuries that we have at the moment, I would have been way more confident. Like my confidence level, I would say, is 60% at the moment. But if we didn't have any of the injuries, I would say no. It's 90 to 100%.
Well, we
For
have
the
about
cup,
we, we,
yeah,
we, we pretty much have about 2 more weeks. So in 2 weeks we can see where certain players are coming back in regards to health wise. Because the game you said is the 7th, right? Correct, guys. The 7th is the Europa League game of March.
yeah, it's the 7th,
Yeah.
so it's about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I hope that more players come back.
didn't
Sorry, go
Linda
ahead.
say that? Didn't Linda say that Trent and Ali aren't coming back till after international break? Didn't he? I think he said.
Yeah, we did after international.
Yeah. So
I hope so, man. If they come back, if more people coming back from their injuries, no, my confidence level will be back back up where it should be, where it normally should be. But with the amount of injuries that we have and having the city game right after it, I think it's going to be really tough. And from now all the way to till I think mid of March, every 3 to 4 days we have a game.
Mm.
So between now and to like within the next 2 weeks, the the skinny squad that we have, I'm hoping that we don't get any more injuries. That's
Mm.
what I'm scared of.
We can't take any more, man. We can't.
We
That's
We
shouldn't
can't
play.
too big
We
for
afford.
us.
shouldn't play against
Exactly.
donkeys like Dennis Norgard, should we? Fucking moron. Injuring 2 players in one match. What a fucking donkey, man.
What do Uncle? You think it was? You think it was on purpose, or you think it was accidental? What
No,
do you thoughts
no,
on
no. The second one was accidental, but the first time against on the first foul on Curtis Jones, he should have been given a card. That would have put him on pause. He should have been carded. If you look at it again, I would even have seen a VAR recommendation for the referee to look at it. It was a high ankle tackle and he intentionally stopped on the guy's ankle. It was very intentional.
I'm gonna bring in one of the legends of the call-in shows, our brother Matty.
What's up, peoples? Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to wherever you all are at. What's going on?
I'm good, Matty. Is there anything you want to say, or you're
the,
Let's get
the,
started, man. Let's get started.
the common theme is that medical staff,
Oh God.
barring some of the on-field injuries, that medical staff needs to be put in front of a firing squad because it's literally Klopp and them have no cohesion in working because as I said, I don't want to be called a goat mouth, but like everybody is alluding to, Chelsea's going to be coming all out. They had a rest out. They're going to have intensity. We can't afford for any player to get injured. None whatsoever. And people does want to talk about, this unity stuff, which is all well and good. But sometimes you have to put this affinity to one side. It have certain players who should not be on the team. They should have been let go or sold. But you want to keep them for whatever the sentimental reasons. Put them onto the coaching staff. Put them play a coach where they could go and play with the under 23s or however the hell. Because right now we carrying dead weight. Thiago is of no use to us. Right? Matip, brilliant footballer. He sacrificed, he withdraw himself from playing for his national team. He got injured. I'm not saying chuck guy to the side, but they should have just employ him in a different role to free up space for the squad. And as I said, this is one of my beefs and one of my little goddamn mosquito bites that I have. It's like you've got to be ruthless in football because winning is everything. Second place, coulda, woulda, shoulda, does not put you in the history book.
So, Matty, a question, even though I probably know the answer of it already. You wouldn't give Matip a new contract?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't. See, literally, it's from my point of view, Matip is only going to be a bit more prone to stuff. He's serviceable, but at the end of the day, as I said, you have to look at this to win, you got to be competing. 12th man says, next man up. We don't have no next man up. And the thing about it is, with how the rest of our season is going to unfold, this is how it's going to happen. It's going to be a twofold story. Because let's say we win out and we get a couple cups, we get to the Prem. Brilliant by Klopp. Genius. Bring on youth players or whatever. But then on the flip side, if we fail, then the knife's going to come out. Well, you know what? Hey, should have done this, we should have done that. Winter, no incoming signings or anything like that. So then it comes back to earth. But as I said, if it works out the other way, it's brilliant masterstroke. And I tell people there's luck that's involved with everything that we do. You have to have a bit of luck. But when you're playing with chances, I have an issue with that.
Okay.
I have an issue.
I'm gonna bring up K-Mac. K-Mac, it's been a while. Hope all is well. Hope the family's okay.
How's it going, guys?
We're doing good. K-Mac,
Hope you're all well.
We can start with you and stuff. What are your thoughts on the current, I guess we would say, injury crisis, or your thoughts on the medical team based on what Maddie just said?
I'm not blaming the medical team. Like, there's been quite a few injuries which weren't caused by the medical team. They were caused by things that happened on the pitch. Like, it's a man's sport. Like, and the thing about it as well, and this is what we need to kind of really accept as Liverpool fans with Jurgen Klopp as our manager. There's a lot of players that get injured for Liverpool that wouldn't be injured for other clubs because they wouldn't be asked to do the jobs that they do. You know, there's a lot of clubs where the forwards don't get involved in the battles in the midfield. You know, they don't tackle players. They just stand up top and wait for the ball to be passed to them. They don't go back. They don't go tracking back and tackling players. They don't do that. That's not their job. Like, there's a lot of players out there that play on the wing that don't do that. You know, it's just we have players that are given the job to do that, and you know they get injured. Like, that's just the fact of life. Like, you know, they're in a role in a Klopp team where they go against other players and they battle and they tackle and they're meant to put a shift in and they're meant to track back and press, and there's so many other players that don't do that in those positions. You know, a Klopp team does. It's just the way it is. So you will get forwards injured. You will get Nunes injured. You will get Jota injured. You know, you will get Diaz injured because they're putting a shift in and they're tackling players. You don't see Rashford do it. Don't see Anthony do it. Don't see Saka do it. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is.
Yeah, that's
the new manager. It'll be different under the new manager. Trust me.
Yeah, that's all well and good. I understand that, but there has to be a blame with it, because if you know that you're putting these players under such high adverse workload, you have to try to balance it. Otherwise, basically, you're telling me I'm trying to build a sandcastle with the tide coming in and the sandcastle is at the edge of the water. It makes no sense. I'm sorry to say. There has to be accountability. Okay, yes, our players are asked to do so much. Then guess what? You need a medical team that is going to put in that shift to ensure that there is a proper rest and recovery or whatever is needed. Because as I said, barring on-field injuries, I'm sorry, I'm not accepting that, because even Bachatic, he got injured and it's like it's a wrap up.
Maddie,
You know, Salah. You brought back Salah. You brought back Salah from the African Cup.
Growing injuries. Bacetic has got growing injuries, same as Gordon.
Yes, but again, you're supposed to, as a medical staff, know your stuff. Because what's the point? Am I going to a doctor and I have a problem and he can't diagnose it properly?
I was about to say that realism. Sorry, someone's just put it in the chat. Soft muscle injuries have got an increase by 40%, and it's because of VAR and it's because of the new football pitches. It's just a fact. Like, if you look at the women's sport, if you look at women's football were playing on crappy pitches for years and years. They've now moved on to the proper turf, which is what the men's play on, and they've all got massive injury problems, hamstrings, soft tissue injuries.
Yeah, loads of
Like,
ACLs, right, K-Mac, I think.
Absolutely rife with injuries, the women's football. That's not a coincidence. It's the football pitches now. They're like carpet. There's no giving them. Look at
Brian, you're up.
Matip's injury. Look at Matip's injury. Matip's injury was his foot got stuck in the turf. Like, you know what I mean? Curtis Jones's injury, his foot got stuck in the turf when he twisted his ankle.
Trent as well. His foot got stuck.
Trent as well. You can't blame the doctors for that.
No. Yeah, no. I'm blaming the doctors because Trent came back too early. I'm sorry. Trent should have been eased back in more. He came on as a sub for one game, and then he was thrown in to the game full blast the next time around. Because again, you're now having to start to think, okay, Harvey Elliott pushed 90 goddamn minutes. Right? He puts in a workload. So now you have to start be worrying about, is he going to be pushed to another 90 minutes again? Because then if that is the case, you also have to acknowledge he's a youth and he's still growing. You know, and that's Harvey
Elliott stopped growing. Harvey Elliott stopped growing. That's why he doesn't get injuries.
Yeah, no, if you don't mind, I just want to step in for a few things. And
go ahead, Silent.
And I will leave. Yeah, no, I'll drop off. But anyway, I just want to say that we don't have a lot of the information of what's happening behind the scenes. Who needs more rest and who should be easy in and whatnot. We leave that to the management and to the coach and the medical staff. I can't judge the medical staff from here, me sitting behind the screen. But anyway, today I was watching Leverkusen's game against Mainz. Leverkusen broke the record for the most German team to win. 33 games with no loss.
Yeah,
they broke. They broke Bayern Munich record. What a phenomenal team! What a phenomenal coach.
Pep's record, that, you know.
Sorry.
That's Pep Guardiola's record.
I'm not sure who was the coach for Bayern Munich at that time, but they broke it today. Yeah.
Thiago was in the team as well.
Yeah. So Sepp van der Bing plays for Mainz. He's on loan.
Oh yeah.
I see a really, really good defender out of him, and I think once he come back to Liverpool, and I think he should come back to Liverpool, he have grown massively, like physically and even like game wise. Like he had a really good game. Even they lost 2-1, and they went down to 10 men.
Yeah, sideline. Mainz are unlucky to lose. That goalkeeper that played a howler. Like there wasn't many big chances. I was watching the highlights.
No, there was a few chances. There was actually few howlers from the defenders as well, from the defender, not just from the goalkeeper. But they had a not bad game. He had a good game. Leverkusen in the Europa League, so
yeah,
them and Milan. I'm not. Chris Angel, big up everyone.
Are you there?
Yes. I was saying thank you so much, Chris Angel, for having me. Big up everyone. Revenite, Brian, 12 Man, Mac, Tarmizi, Uncle, and sorry, Maddie Mad.
Big up.
Take care, guys.
Hey,
yeah, you be safe, my brother.
That's sideline, man.
Yeah.
So let's get into the fun stuff now and stuff.
Yeah, I wasn't going to talk about medical stuff.
Yeah, let's get to the fun stuff now. All right, I'm asking you a question, guys. What sport will be invented next?
Sorry, what is it?
What sport will be invented next? It can be anything. It can be goofy. It can be funny. Whatever you guys think. What sport will be invented next?
Airborne curling.
What?
Airborne curling. I just seen that advert. The advert with the curling
Yeah.
advert, and it becomes like this amazing sport. That's why I said it. I was hoping Albert would stay on because I wanted to talk about Salah
No.
and Trent, but he's gone.
Yeah, Angel, for some weird reason though, something popped in my head. Wouldn't it be cool to have like some underwater scuba sport or something, like in the ocean?
Underwater soccer or something? That would
Yeah,
be crazy.
it's so really weird, like underwater sport. Yeah.
No, have you aside on that, have you seen this video of like someone is like, I don't know what that sport is or what that thing is, where someone like glides in the air with like a hoverboard or something, and he was gliding down the air, and then like a humpback whale jumped up and smacked him, and he
That
went
was a
in.
dream you had. That was a dream you had, Chris. That was a dream I had.
Oh,
After
is that one of those
after,
boards that goes up and down
after
in the water?
too much
that you
spicy
propel
food and
yourself?
No,
drink.
it actually happened. Like this is actually recorded. Like he was recording it through like a webcam, like a camera he had in his head.
GoPro, right? Yeah.
Yeah, GoPro, and he
Wow.
literally like he was going to like the ocean and stuff, and then a humpback whale came up and like landed on him, and apparently he survived. Which I don't know how the hell that happened, but
Wow.
yeah,
Is
crazy.
this like,
He
was
was
this
nearly
like,
killed by Moby Dick.
literally.
Maybe that says a little about his missus.
Oh, Uncle's back.
Here he is.
Yeah, sorry.
Came on for you.
My
Came on
internet
to
went
ask you a
funny.
question.
Go ahead.
So, and no one else answer, by the way, because I know you'll all want to answer. So I don't want you to reply back because you'll probably have a go at me. Do you think it's a blessing that we've lost Trent and Salah for this final?
Oh nah. Man, that's
Those
12 man's
guys are
about to go
young
crazy
enough.
right now. 12 man,
So
put on the spray jacket on, man.
so those guys are young enough to be my kids. So I won't call them I won't say it's a blessing we've lost Trent, but I'm happy he's not playing. Salah, I'm not happy he's not playing. If he's not playing, Mohamed Salah is a total game changer. How many times has he changed the game, even when he's not playing well? So I want to see Salah playing, but I'm happy Trent is not playing because I keep saying this and I'm gonna say it 1,000 times.
You do know all our strikers have scored in the last 4 games, no matter who they are.
Sorry,
I get that. I get that.
Bags of goals.
But you see, when Mohamed Salah is playing, it's a different game altogether. It's a different game. Put it this way: we started with a 4-3-3 last against Luton. We started with a 4-3-3, and the right winger was Elliott. If you ask me any day, give me a right winger, pick Salah or Elliott. You know that 99% of us are picking Elliott, picking Salah. But right now, talk to most of the Liverpool fan base and let them be honest. How many of them are picking Trent over Bradley? Let's just be honest with ourselves. How many of us are picking Trent over Bradley in the fullback position?
Can I intervene, please, Uncle?
Go ahead, please.
Because I have to make this person unmute himself and stuff because it's getting a bit negative and stuff. But we need some positivity here. 12 man, I need you to unmute yourself.
I just gave you the positivity. We've scored. Every striker's scored in our last 4 games. Like we are banging goals in for fun.
12 man, intervene. 12 man.
It's not going to be any difference against Chelsea.
12 man, you hear 12 man?
I hear it. I definitely hear it.
Come on, man.
Actually, I don't even know if I hear it. It's kind of like just become like wow. It sounds like it's kind of like when you watch the Peanuts, or like Charlie Brown. I just hear wah 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 wah. No, just kidding. Look, I get it. We've seen some differences. I can't conceptualize a better team experience that we've seen from some of these youth players stepping up. Look, I like the attitudes that I see on these youth players, being that it's not that they're wishing, injury on these players, but they're actually seeing the opportunity at hand and understanding that, as a team, it doesn't matter if you're the starter, if you're the backup, if you're the water boy. It doesn't matter. If you get called up, it means it's your time to step up. And whether we can orchestrate that into wins, that's upon our team to try to like push on and represent the badge as best they can. I have faith in that they will. They've done it all year. I saw a statistic about we've come from losing positions in 20 and to get a result in 22 matches. That says something about the the absolute determination that this team has, and it's something that I love to see. And it is what it is. But I'm not going to go as far as to say, are we better without world class? Generational style talents and stuff like that. That's a little bit too far for me. In that, let's not act like world class generational talents growing trees. You know what I mean? Like, guys, and if you get one and you have one on your team, you gotta be exceptionally privileged to know that they're here. Hopefully, they want to stay, and hopefully, they appreciate the club the way that we do. And that's what we do. Is my backhanded take.
John, what is your thoughts on this and stuff? Are you on the side of 12 men, or are you on the side of the negative people in the bottom and stuff?
Well, I'm not being negative. It's just one game. It's just one game. But it's a final.
Go ahead, John.
I'm kind of.
It's a safe space, John. It's
a safe space.
Is it safe to ride the fence, then, Angel, or am I going to get booted off for that?
No, it depends. It depends.
Because I kind of would just like them there, like. Even if our team is playing well, it's just nice to have them there regardless. Like, you can't just say no to two good players. Like, if they're on the bench, or if Trent's starting somewhere else, or if, I think on the Salah point, I just prefer Salah because we don't have another good right winger, and I just think he fits that position the best. And it's just simple as that. Like, I would just prefer Salah over Elliott there.
Pretty much,
and then Elliott becomes another bench option as well. So then it just helps our squad even more.
Yeah.
Well, Brian,
one quick point too to what John just said as well. Like, going by that mentality or sense of saying, oh well, we play better without Trent or something along those lines. We played better without Mo Salah, so should we not have Salah in the lineup? I know some people will probably put their hands up, possibly, maybe even on the panel, and say yes. Like, it's just, okay, let's just not get crazy, It's just one of those things where, look, these are world-class talent, and I like our chances more so with them in the lineup than out of the lineup. That's all I wanted to add. Sorry,
Brian, what are your thoughts on Brian, you there?
Yeah, were you on mute? What are my thoughts on what?
What are your thoughts on what's being spoken about right here and stuff?
Yeah, look, I don't know. Like, what's the conversation? Why is it a conversation? What's the question? Are we better? Come on, are we better without Salah or Trent? Why is this a thing? Like, why is this a conversation? Why can it not just be, we have two amazing players, and guess what? We also have another amazing backup right back called Connor Bradley, who's probably the best next kid off the rank in the Premier League. Why did it always have to be like, oh, and actually, do you know what? Maybe we don't need the guy who broke assist records in the Premier League from right back. Maybe we don't need. Oh, Christ! Maybe we don't need Mo Salah. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a conversation. Let's talk about that. Come on, guys. Seriously. Like, do you want to? What are we trying to create here? Like, what are we trying to create? Get all of these players back in the squad as soon as possible and pick the best 11. And then sit there looking at that bench going, oh my God, look at the talent on that bench. Look at the talent on that bench. If you want to talk about Trent in midfield, that's a thing for another manager. It's not happening before the cup final because he's not even fucking playing, right? It's not happening before the end of the season. Klopp isn't going to change his scenarios and his systems before he's out the door in 2.5 months? Mm-hmm. He's already cleaned his desk. Seriously, he's not ripping up the blueprint. We do what we do, so that's what we're going to do. Even Bradley was in Burton in game, so don't say you didn't see it because he did it. So don't expect Klopp to be, oh yeah, we'll do that now. it's not going to happen until the next manager comes in. So we're going to invert. We're going to use Trent when he's fit. We're going to play with Salah. So all the rest of it is for next guy. But to even entertain the idea that, how clever can I be now if I can make it sound like we're better with Bradley than we are with Trent? Oh, come on. Well, no. Sorry, Chris. I'm not entertaining it.
Oh,
Brian,
no,
Not
it's
even
no
Brian,
problem.
Brian,
It's no problem.
Brian, the only problem I have with the, I agree with what you said. The only problem I have is that on the other end of the spectrum, when you have people, and of course Trent and Sullivan, brilliant. They've been brilliant for us. They've done so much for us. But I don't get the people that will go, well, Bradley's just on a good run of form, and Trent will come with. Like, why does it have to be that? Why can't we just allow Bradley? Why do we have to? It's kind of like speaking things into existence. Like, the guy is
Yeah, but
playing well.
it's making the conflict. I understand what you're saying. Like
Yes.
what I'm saying is, like, can we not just start it from the better position where it's like we have Trent and we also have Brad.
Yes.
That should be
exactly.
brilliant. That should be
I
amazing.
agree with you.
Why does
I agree
there
with
have
you.
to be a secondary conversation that then goes, oh, hang on a minute, maybe Trent's not actually that good after all. Maybe it's like no. Can we just stop at the
Yes.
first bit where we're cool and we're really good and we got Trent, awesome, and then Bradley.
Exactly.
We're going to need two players. I don't see the problem. I don't see the issue. Let's not
Brian,
overcomplicate it. Let's not
I think the conversation is more about the fact that Trent Alexander-Arnold doesn't like to defend. It's not.
Well,
It's not
Albert,
that he
that's for the
can't
next
defend.
manager. That's for the next manager. That's the trick.
That's
The
that's
next
another
manager can come in
conversation.
and play him. Yeah,
I think the question that K-Mac was asking was not so much as what the next manager would do. He was asking whether um I felt actually was pointed at me whether I felt that it was a
in the
blessing Trent
final.
wasn't playing. And my
Yeah, in
answer
the
to him was
final. Yeah.
Yeah,
those boys are young enough to be my kids, so I don't want to talk about blessings when they are not playing. But if you ask me, my preference in the right lateral defense as we speak now, I want to see Conor Bradley because I want Trent to be moved up into the midfield, either on the right side of a three or in a double pivot, because he doesn't like to defend. I am still traumatized by what I saw at the Emirates. The cold wind in those rafters is still blowing through my brain. I am still traumatized by what I saw him do. And it's been attributed to him being injured. Great. So why didn't we move Gomez right side of the defense and put Robertson on the left side to defend? We keep saying we have the best right back in the world, and the best right back in the world doesn't want to defend. So how then does he
Well,
become the
I've
best
never
right
heard
back?
Trent say
We
that.
we call him generational
Never heard
talent.
Trent say that.
He's
I've
a
never heard Trent say.
generational fucking talent when he's
Wait, time out,
passing
time
the
out, time
ball.
out, time out, time out.
Never heard Trent say I don't want to defend.
There's news on Trent. I didn't know this. He tore his LCO. When did Trent tore his LCO?
Well, he said.
The time he did
This
the
guy
thing.
said. Linda said it was a problem with the LCL. He didn't say he tore it.
Oh, okay.
it's out
Yeah.
after the
But
internationals.
yeah,
Yeah,
that was
'cause
done in the game that everyone is critiquing him so
Okay.
harshly in.
No,
The
no,
game
'cause
that he hurt himself in. That's the game that he didn't want to play defense, and he was kind of
okay,
his body
'cause-
language.
No.
People want to like read
He
read
had
his
himself.
read
He
his.
had himself
He wasn't
before that game.
smiling. He wasn't smiling enough. Stuff like that.
No.
That's what I hear. I'm
Topman,
not saying you.
Topman,
Albert, I'm just saying.
Topman,
Topman,
no need
listen for a moment. He
there's
hurt
no need for the
himself
jab.
before
Topman.
that game. He hurt himself before that game, and he was brought in that game. So it's a question of two things: either a really incompetent medical department, or somebody's asleep at the switch, or he himself declaring himself fit to play when he shouldn't have.
Okay.
Okay, football is a
You
team
heard
game.
what Klopp said about players being injured. They get final say. The players get final say
Exactly.
whether they play or not.
Exactly.
That's just bonkers.
Football is a
bonkers.
team game. Football is
Wait,
not
I think he
tennis.
said that was one of the three.
Right?
I mean, they
Football
don't
is
talk.
not boxing. So it's a team game. No matter how good you are, if you become a detriment to the team, it's a problem. And
Okay.
whether we want to accept it or not, we all watch the game. We all see what happens. but yet we don't want to accept it.
So let me bring in Tarmizi, then
Albert,
Maddie, then Brian.
Albert, I've accepted it.
So
I know
Tarmizi,
you have.
you're up next. Then it's Maddie. Then it's Brian, and then we'll go again around and stuff. Go ahead, Tarmizi.
So I think with regards to Sunday, you always want the best players to be at the on the lineup or on the bench at the very least. I know there's gonna be like a narrative like remember when Harry Kane got picked up instead of Lucas Moura against us in the is it 20
In the
2019
final,
Champions
championship
League?
Champions League final.
Yeah. But regardless, I think Bradley has shown his credentials and his recent form as of late. So for me, it's just the depth, regardless, because I look at Trent, whether he's starting or not is one subject, but he's grown into that vice captain role now, and so goes to Salah. And I just want to point out that I think it's one of those, I think, inside Anfield, and Mo is always have this like a chat with Elliot, whether it's halftime or I don't know if it's during the after the first half or after the final whistle, and he always gives this piece of advice, and I think
Tarmizi, he's taking him under his wing. I think Elliot.
yeah, and I look at Elliot's game right now. He's always taking that risk of having that outside the box shot when he has that opportunity, like he drifts from the right and then
inside.
So these two players, yes, maybe they're not that. I mean, especially Mo. We've already keep on repeating that he's still uncertain, but it's just that their presence in the dressing room, and Liverpool 12 men is always on that board of that sort of mentality and the factors of the dressing room. You know what I'm saying? So regardless whether who's starting on the first 11 on Sunday, for me, the better they're in the team, then I'm more happy. That's my preference. That's my take on it.
Okay.
I think to the next speaker.
Okay, Maddie, you're up, Maddie.
All right. So honestly, the part with Trent and Salah having a possibility of missing the game, that's not good.
Okay.
In regards if they were deemed fit enough to play, I still would not start them.
Okay.
For the simple fact, as I said, it's literally they were injured, they came back, they went back injured again. Right? According to what Uncle say, right? And I said this when I spoke at the beginning. Shitty medical staff, and I'm going to stick to it. And then now it comes on the manager. Because what is the meaning of the term that you are carrying? Managing the player. So sometimes you have to protect a player from himself, even if he thinks he's ready to go. So again, that's why I specifically said, first thing up, there's no cohesion between club and the medical staff. People may say, oh, well, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I come from the old school. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, it's a blasted goddamn duck. So that's all I'm saying. From the past conversations that we have had, what was the thing that I said? I don't want to see Trent starting no game. He should be coming on the last 20 minutes of a game, work him in at least 3, 4 games, then set him to go. Because again, people were quick to call you're negative, right? The first thing I just always tell people, when you're going to a destination, you have to look at how we are going to get to the destination. You don't look at the destination and just say, you know what, I am there. You don't know if you're going to have delays or stormy weather or whatever. And this is my point, as in, like, guess what? You have to have luck at the end of the day in everything you do. But at the end of the day, when you start gambling with chances, shit is going to happen. And as I said, this game for Chelsea is more of a statement for them than it is for us. And the reason why I'm saying it is because they're starting to get a little form. Plus, they want to put it into us. They want to give it to us to come out on top. This is the second year straight we are playing Chelsea in one of the lesser cups. The lesser cups.
So Maddie, let me just throw this in to back up what you're saying, right? In the last 4 weeks, there's a common thread. Allison injured, comes back from injury after one match, injured again. Trent injured, comes back from injury after one match, injured again. Salah injured, comes back, injured again. Zoboslai comes back, injured again. What kind of a criminal medical department do we have that allows players to do that to themselves?
That's my point that I stated emphatically. And other people said, oh no, you can't blame the medical staff. As I said, if my ass is going to my goddamn doctor and he misdiagnosed me and something goes wrong, I can sue his ass. That's real life, right? And as I said, if you're a goddamn medical team that not only got your contracts and a pay increase for this new season, and this is what you're putting out, I'm sorry, I'm putting half of the blame on them irregardless. And it just so happens that when Klopp leaves, all of them leave. Thank God. Because as I said, at the end of the day, I can't remember his name, but when the head guy from the medical team of Liverpool left and he went on to the world, to some other organization and stuff started to go downwards. And I constantly said,
Well,
there's a
your
huge
doctor came from
disconnect.
Arsenal. Your doctor came from Arsenal. What do you expect?
Yeah.
He's gonna kill our players. That's his brief. Fucking kill them players, man.
Right. So and that's what I said. So at the end of the day, if you're a manager and you're saying, well, oh no, I don't get involved with the hiring of the goddamn staff. You don't do that is somebody else's job. Then guess what? You need to be talking to that person who hiring the medical staff, because as I said, they're not doing you no favors, or you not listening to them and you're listening to a player. Because as I say, at the end of the day, look, you forgot to even mention Thiago. What did Thiago come on and do? 5 minutes and what? Kaput.
Okay. So Brian, last comment before we move on to the next subject.
What was the actual question? Genuinely, I'm confused. I don't know what the question is.
Just hear, like, if you had a comment with it from what anyone else said and stuff.
Yeah, look, there is clearly, I think, this has all happened. A lot of these things have happened in one big burst, and I think, like, I can't talk about this, and it's not like I'm not saying to Maddie, you can't talk about this because you don't work there. Like, I'm kind of saying I can't really talk about this because I'm not a fucking doctor. Like, I don't. But just like Maddie was saying with the walks like a duck, talks like a duck thing, all I can relate to that is that we do seem to have a kind of an issue where, oh, he's okay, he's back. Now, the way I understand it, Chris, is basically that unless you're actually past fit to play, then you're not available for selection. A player doesn't get to walk in and go, no, I'm fit, right? I'm cool. No, the doctor say, oh, no, we checked him out. Okay, you can pick him, right? If you want to pick him, you can pick him. You don't have to pick him, but he's available for selection.
So the
And
way
he can play. But
so this
just one thing. Like all I'm saying is like I think all of this stuff is building up to a fact where yeah, to me with the one thing looking from the outside, it looks like we brought some people back and immediately they've been injured. That can't be denied. Like we bringing these guys back and immediately now are they? Is it because the medical staff got it wrong, or is it because the manager said right? Yeah, I get it. He might need another week, preferably, but I think I'm going to need to use him now. And bang, snap, it goes off. I think we're really playing close to the edge here. That's what the problem is.
Hmm.
I think it's yeah, but no one can deny that. Basically, what at least three players. It's like he had an injury. It's like no, it's cool. He's ready. He's back. He's good to go. He plays a game. Pop. Guess what? Same injury. He's out. Like, I can't deny that. You can't deny it. It's happened a couple of times. So is that Johnny Doctor Man, or is it the Klopp guy? Is it whatever? There's a failure along the line there somewhere, and I think that's what Matty was referring to there when he was talking about the lack of a cohesive strategy that's
Mhm.
between the two. So yeah, look, I have no issue with any of that. Yeah, it doesn't look good, as the Americans would say. The optics are not great.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so before you all go on, let me give you all a quick example of, and as I said, people don't rate Brendan Rodgers very well. He's not all that well to begin with. But the one thing that everybody's got to agree on, when Brendan Rodgers took hold of oh God, what's the name of his name was just on the tip of my tongue. The striker who was always injured, and under Brendan Rodgers, he actually
Daniel Sturridge.
there you go, Sturridge. He actually played goddamn a lot more games under Brendan Rodgers' goddamn wardship. And as I said, that's all I'm saying. Like, you've got to step in and say you can't play. You have to protect a player in order to get the best out of a player. That's all I'm saying. So that's my point. Look at what Brendan Rodgers did with Sturridge.
Didn't Sturridge have his own training routine, like his own regime?
He really only stayed fit for one season, to be fair. But
yeah, but even if it was one season, it was his best season without injury. It doesn't matter if it was one season. That season, he was literally available for a lot of games, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no cohesion between Klopp and the medical staff. I'm sorry.
I'm never ever going to forgive Brendan Rodgers for keeping Jordan Henderson on the pitch too long against Man City. Sorry, never ever going to forgive him, because that red
I never
card
said forgive
blew us the
him
league.
for that. I was just talking in regards to Sturridge's injuries problem in the past, where he actually was more available under Brendan Rodgers. As I said, I am not calling him no great messiah. I'm not even ranking him great. But you have to give Jack his jacket, and that's what I say. I'm giving him his flaws because Sturridge flourished under him. And as I said, so that's just the point I wanted to show, where you have to sometimes protect a player and literally get involved with them in order to extract their best.
yeah, but can I just cut in there quickly? Sturridge was world famous for only playing if he was pain free. He would literally only play if there was nothing wrong with him. Suarez would play regardless of how many knocks he had. Sturridge was like, I feel a tiny bit of pain, I'm not playing. The reason Sturridge was so determined to get on the pitch every game that season was because he was playing with Luis Suarez. He saw what was happening and he didn't want to miss a game. He wanted to go. Sturridge is famous for going, no, I have a minor cold. I'm not playing this week. I'm sorry, but Sturridge was flaky beyond belief. He was nowhere near as good. Like now, yeah, Yeah, I have a tiny little pain in my shoulder. I'm not playing this week.
Okay.
So
That may be true, but going back to the conversation last week, and this has nothing to do with storage. You can't treat every player like if there's a Salah.
no, so you can't say every storage is like, but it's all different basically. Yeah, yeah, that's whatever Chris wants to move on to next.
Yeah.
But
But no,
we
I just
just did, by
wanna-
the way. But we just did. We did just treat Salah like he was every player, and look what's happened. He got injured again. Salah should never have came on that
Did
pitch
he?
to do that
Did
amount
he?
of work in that
Well,
game.
Well, I wanted to,
Yeah.
Pops just came in, so everyone say hi to Pops and stuff.
Big up.
Yeah, big up, Pop.
Big up, Pops.
Come on,
I did
the
salute
OG.
you.
Come on,
Yeah.
give the man some love and
I
praise.
acknowledge.
I was waiting for a salute back.
his salutes. I acknowledge his salutes.
Okay.
Big man in there. I am saluting, by the way. You just can't see me.
Yeah, I got you. I got you, Laszlo. I know.
But I did wanted to move on and stuff. You know, because it is Friday, so let's talk about fun stuff. Let's laugh, stuff. Liverpool, whatever. We'll deal with them on Sunday and stuff. So I wanted to ask random questions so we can smile and laugh and what we do here. So I wanted to ask. I'm going to start with Pops. Then we're going to go to John. Then Parmesan, so on and so forth, and then we'll swing back. So, what is the weirdest thing you ever eat?
The weirdest what?
The weirdest thing you ever eaten? And it can't be, and if you want to be naughty, you can be naughty and stuff, but
Nah.
You want me to start first?
make sure
You want me to start first because I was in the army?
So Pops, you're up, Pops. Or if you want, we can start backwards and we can start from Uncle.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
we'll go to-
You
All
go.
right, so Uncle, you up, Uncle? What's the weirdest
I'm
thing you
here.
ever
I'm
eaten?
here.
The weirdest thing you ever eaten?
I'm. You know, I have a very sensitive tummy, so I don't eat a lot of things I don't know. But I went to Taiwan, and they brought a soup, and they said the soup was like stick insect soup, and I was like, you guys, what are you doing here? Stick insect fucking soup, like 8,000 miles away from my homeland. That is anyway. I tried it, and it wasn't half bad. It wasn't bad at all.
Okay, K-Mac,
Yeah.
you're up, K-Mac.
I did jungle training out in Belize in the army, and we had to live off the land for 3 weeks, and I ate wood grubs, the larvae grubs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grubs.
That's nothing, man. That's nothing, man. Nothing. It's all right.
And I also went to Lapland, and I had reindeer.
Reindeer.
Yeah,
Whoa.
and I was really ill.
Wow. You ate Rudolph, man. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, I know it's bad, isn't it? It is bad. It was in like an igloo restaurant, so it was like pretty cool. But yeah,
Wow.
I
Okay.
had reindeer.
So how the fuck was Father Christmas supposed to bring the presents if you don't have
I
fucking
know,
anything?
exactly.
Cool.
You know what? I felt really bad as well because when we arrived at the airport, we got taken to our hotel by reindeer. But I didn't know it was reindeer. I was like, "What's this?" And I was eating it, and they were like, "It's reindeer." And I was like, "Oh." It was too late.
Oh God. Maddie, what you're up?
let's see, like he said, being in the British military, out in Indonesia, grubs and all that sort of yucky stuff. So too many to be specific on, but I've had my share that I would never try eating again. And this is me from growing up in the Caribbean where they eat wild meat and stuff, which I never did. But the British military made me eat some very horrible stuff.
Sorry.
Okay. Brian, you're up, Brian.
Yeah, there was this lesbian I met in Scotland. She was pretty weird. So yeah, I think her name was Rosemary. So there you go.
My God. Hi, Brian. There you
Oh
go.
God, I was waiting for that.
All right, Brian. You said it with your chest, man. My brother, 12th man. You're up, 12th man.
Jeez. I'm gonna have to go after
12th man,
this
12th
because I
man.
have
12th man. Don't be saying nothing crazy like Brazilian booty or something.
no.
All right.
I have had I was gonna say the weirdest thing I've ever consumed was my rival's tears, but I was also gonna say that
Pops had to take a break there. You all right, Pop? Pop's back.
but possibly one of the tastiest things and certainly the weirdest things is I've had barbecue turtle. That was weird. So
Oh God.
No, but
Oh my God!
Did he know he was about to be barbecued, or
What
you
one?
know?
Was it like Leonardo or Raphael or you know?
yes, Ninja Turtles.
Did he light it underneath him while he was moving and just follow him around, or like did he?
No, you know what? It was actually on a kebab, and it was like, what was the whole? It was like squirrel, turtle, and something else.
It was obviously had some kind of pita eating.
No, it's just called for my Americans. Just go to West Virginia. You'll this that alone can sometimes be there. But it was like a Sierra. It was a Sierra Nevada. There's a club called the Sierra Nevada Club, and they have a cookout where they do all these exotic styles of foods, and that was like one of the foods. And I was like a little hesitant, but I just said, you know what, while in the room type thing, and I just went for it. But hey, I will say this though, that barbecue turtle was pretty banging. So I don't know if it's I don't know whether it's Teenage Mutant
You
Ninja
the man,
Turtles.
12. You the man.
Tarmizi, you're up,
But
Tarmizi.
big up. I had to go, but big up everyone.
Big
Thank
up,
you for the
bro.
panel.
Big up,
All right,
big
12,
up,
take it easy.
Take it easy,
Yeah,
brother.
Yeah, I think this was a long time ago. I can't remember. I think before uni. I think it was during my high school, and there was a corner shop. Well, it's a stall outdoors, and so basically, what we have here is a traditional glutinous rice. Normally, it serves with like meat and chicken, but in this occasion, I had camel meat. I don't know
I
if
actually
that's
heard that's really good.
Yeah,
yeah,
I've had a curry like a
I
camel.
heard it's
Yeah,
actually
camel
really
meat.
good. It's a delicacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a delicate texture. That's all I have to say. Yep. I don't know if it's weird, but it's just a one-off experience. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you, John?
Yeah, probably nothing like crazy because I'm a little vanilla, but I'd say like the weirdest thing is probably snails. But yeah, I think I had those.
yeah. I
I
can't.
think I
Yo,
had
you
those once.
bougie, nah, John. Let me find out you got money, man. You bougie, man. That's bougie money right there.
That's bougie, isn't it?
Yeah, that's bougie
He
right there.
French. He French.
Yeah, that's bougie right there, John.
Oh man, it's 'cause I went on a cruise with my parents when I was a kid, so I just tried snails while I was there. Man.
Has anyone ever tried that smoked fish? You know, the one which like makes you gag. Has anyone tried that?
No, I never.
You know, the
smoked
one that you see them do the challenge.
No.
Oh, the Icelandic stuff.
Yeah, that. Has anyone ever
Oh,
tried
like
that?
the fermented stuff. You mean?
Yeah, that
Oh
one.
yeah. Oh god, I've seen
I
someone try that.
I
and it
think
was
that
like,
one is a normal thing in Philippines.
Oh, okay.
Really? Whoa.
Okay. Pops, you're up, Pops.
I ain't got no stories, man. I'm worse than Uncle Albert. I got a weak stomach, so I don't do that food things.
Okay, so
But I'll stay in the movie theme. Thumper.
You ate thumper. Like
I could never do
No
that.
way.
I had a pet rabbit. Like I could never do that.
He ate Bugs Bunny.
You'd never do that.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
man.
worse than the man who shot Bambi. Like, he ate
It's
that.
supposed to be really nice, though, isn't it? It is supposed to be really nice.
So,
Probably
He
had a piece of
barbecued
Bambi
up
too.
Bambi.
I think I had a piece of Bambi as well, but Thumper was nice.
all right, so I guess
Oh.
I'll go and stuff. I've eaten shark fins.
But that's
The
Shark
soup.
is good, man. Shark is good.
That's posh. That's
Hey,
posh.
That's very fun.
I ate
Touche.
bear. I ate bear.
Bear.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah. Cow tongue.
Yeah, we have that over here.
that's normal here. That's normal.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I know some people don't like that stuff. Tripe. I like tripe.
No, we
Yeah,
had
we have
we had pigs
That's-
ears as well, and trotters and snouts.
Yeah,
That was
that's
Yeah.
what I
in
was.
the army.
That's what I
All
was
that
saying.
sauce.
Yeah, Cayman.
Yeah,
I
that's
was.
sauce.
You guys,
Sauce in
you
the
guys are
Caribbean.
you guys are mentioning all the African delicacies, and you say it's
Yeah.
an exotic thing.
Just
That's
not
what I was going to say. In
Pig
Waterford.
feet,
Wait, so I
tripe,
guess I've eaten Winnie the Pooh. If we're gonna go
giant
on that route.
giant African snails. That's a
Now they stink,
delicacy,
Uncle
man.
Alberto. They stink, man. Them
Oh, they
African
stink.
snails smell horrible.
Can I
man.
can I tell you a story to do with eating something absolutely disgusting? It wasn't me,
Go ahead.
but
Yeah, go ahead.
I was
Go
there.
ahead.
I witnessed it, and it's to do with the Liverpool. It's to do with some Liverpool players as well. So when I was in the army, we were at a camp, and we were sharing the camp with some Americans, and we were watching the England-Germany game where all the Liverpool players scored, and it was 5-1.
The 5-1. Yeah.
Yeah, it
And-
was in Germany. It was in Germany.
In Munich. It was
Yeah.
in Munich. Yeah. It was in Munich. Yeah.
And we were with all these Yanks, and they were all just giving us loads of grief. And then one of the lads made a bet with a load of them, and it was basically, we'll win 5-1, and all the Liverpool players will score. That was basically his bet. I'm not kidding you.
Wow.
And they were like, yeah, right, whatever. And he betted like loads of beer, and there was money involved and all sorts. Anyway, and they said, well, what if you lose? And he said, I'll eat my own shit.
That's beyond weird. That's weird.
And
Ha 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 ha.
and he went into the toilet and
No,
killed a mouse on a plate
no,
and ate it in front of
no.
everybody.
K-Mac, I got a question for you. Was he a vegan and stuff?
Oh, probably.
Was he a
And
vegan?
I'm not joking yet. That it actually happened.
That puts another meaning to the word mud pie, doesn't it?
And I'm out of here.
All right.
It actually happened.
Thanks, K-Mac.
Thank you.
K-Mac, come back next week. K-Mac on Friday, all right?
With more
See you later, guys. I will
family
do, yeah.
friendly tales from Cayman.
Hey,
I
you
have
can hear
a
a lot more.
question.
You can hear a lot worse stories than that in the army. I tell you that.
Go ahead.
See you later,
Talk
guys.
to you. All right, later.
Okay, man.
Yeah,
3-1, 3-1. It'll be 3-1.
Come on.
Up the
Let's hope
rest.
so.
See you
Yeah,
later,
yeah,
guys.
definitely.
Okay, Mac.
Have you guys had durian? The
What's
king
that?
of fruit. I think
Oh,
Uncle
Yeah, I
Albert.
know what it is though. The bad
It's,
smelling one.
Oh, yeah.
Now
What is
we
that?
have
It's
one.
either you
We have
I'm here.
one
I'm here. I'm
similar.
not going anywhere. I'm here.
We call it sour
Yeah.
salt, but ours doesn't smell like the durian fruit. John, way.
It's a king of fruit.
It's a
apparently
fruit?
big
It's a type of fruit?
in Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
It's a fruit, yeah.
I've never had it.
it stinks though, right?
Oh, really? It smells bad?
It's pungent.
It's funny you said that, Pops, because some people love the smell, like aromatic. So it's either you like it or you hate it. You love it.
Okay.
One of them.
Okay.
One of them wants. But I myself, I don't eat durians because it's a huge seasonal fruit over here. So we have a season on certain periods that people celebrate. So basically, over here in Brunei or even Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, they have a durian market. So it's a farmers market. So they have a huge field, like a strawberry field, but instead of strawberry, it's durian, and they would just sell for about 10 bucks. So for example, 10 Canadian dollars, and it's all you can eat buffet. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. I tried, and it's not for me. I don't know if you guys have tried. So that's why I ask you. If I ask you guys if you have the experience before. But I think at certain, I think in the UK or certain, even in Canada, I think they managed to have durian market at certain places. Yeah,
That's cool.
That's,
That's cool.
yeah,
I,
I've never had that.
yeah, I think
yeah.
I've seen it in the
Maybe
store.
you should one day, Angel.
I think I saw it in the
I'll
store
try
and I
it.
put it out one time, man.
That's crazy. Alrighty. Next question. What's the best TV like commercial you've ever seen?
TV commercial.
Okay, I'll tell you the best TV commercial I've ever seen.
Uh-oh.
It's one for this gin called Beefeater gin. You guys know Beefeater gin? It's a gin. It's called Beefeater, right?
Yes, yeah.
It's an English gin, and the guy drinks. There's a log on the river, right? And this guy, instead of he's like an explorer. Instead of taking his binoculars to look through, he takes the Beefeater gin bottle, and he looks through the Beefeater gin, and the log is actually a crocodile. But he's with his exploring partner, right? And before he could tell his partner that it's actually a crocodile, the guy jumps into the river. So that's like when the commercial just cuts. And then he said, Beefeater, always look into the bottle.
So it's always the words. Yeah, it's always the words.
Brian, you're up, Brian.
Damn, man, you guys ain't gonna remember any of my stuff. There's no way, like it's like you won't even have seen them or remember them, like the stuff that was on Irish TV in the 80s and the 90s. There's no way you're gonna remember it. But there's a really famous English ad for basically you guys remember the Yellow Pages. I know you all have some version of Yellow Pages.
Yeah, the Yellow Pages.
Yeah, so there was an ad in England for the Yellow Pages. And it was basically this old guy that was ringing around all these old bookshops trying to find this rare copy of this fishing book about fly fishing. And he was using it to find, like, and he was asking everyone that he'd ring up, have you got Fly Fishing by J.R.R. Hartley? I'm trying to find Fly Fishing by J.R.R. Hartley. And he was using the Yellow Pages to find it's a beautiful, quaint old English ad. And it's like from the early to mid 80s. An old guy looks like an old professor sitting in his old, surrounded by his books and all of that. He really, really wants to find this book. And eventually he contacts one bookstore, by using the golden pages. And they're like, yes, we have a copy. We have Fly Fishing by J.R.R. Hartley. By which point we've already established it's very, very rare and hard to find. And she goes, yes, who would you like us to send it to? And he goes, send it to J.R.R. Hartley. So he was the guy who had written the book and obviously had gone out of print and he was trying to find a copy of this book he'd written before. And the only way he could find it was by using the golden pages, track it down somewhere. And at the end of the ad, the reveal was that it was actually him who had written it. It was all like, it was the sweetest, nicest old ad, and everybody just grew up with that ad for about 10 years. So that for me is one of them. But also the Paul Hogan ads from Australia that he used to make back in the 80s, Crocodile Dundee advertising Foster's beer. Those ads are absolutely hilarious. But the J.R. Hartley one, yeah, that for me.
Yeah, I remember the Paul Hogan one. And after he says Foster's, the Amber Nectar, right?
Yeah, the Amber Nectar. Oh, they were so good, man. They were so funny. And they were before Crocodile Dundee came out. He was on TV, yeah. He was the face of Foster's beer on TV. Paulo does that, the Amber Nectar. Yeah, it's so good, man.
Matt, you're up.
Mine's funny, but I think for me personally, they were like brilliant because it was totally out of character, and I think most of you all may have seen it, was when they did the commercial with James Bond and the late Queen, and they had her parachuting. That was that there was like one of the better ones, because like for me it was just like it just broke the perception of like how people actually thought that she was like this kind of like stuffy old gal, that sort of stuff. And then the other one, which always has me laughing personally, is the Allstate commercials in America, where the guy is like the havoc and he's just like causing mayhem and chaos wherever he goes, and he's the cause of the problem, and he's like, get Allstate or you have to deal with somebody like me. That's his ones are quite funny.
Okay. Tarmizi, you're up. Tarmizi.
I didn't pay a lot of attention back then. I was young, so and the only one that I can think of is like the football ones, the Nike, because I'm more of a you guys know me with the football boots in it, so
Yeah.
I think I'm more of the huge marketing heydays back then, the Scorpion tournament and even the World Cup. I think more into football, and the goat of commercial is the airport for me, the Brazilian national team. I think that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also Joga Bonito is up there, but I think
Oh yeah, definitely.
the
Definitely.
but the nostalgia of just those marquee, those stars just playing quick feed in the airport just before the flight. That's undefeated for me. So
Okay.
I'll go with that.
John,
Yeah.
you're up, John.
Yeah, for me, like Jesus, man, Angel, you test my memory, man, because my memory's trash, man. Like I remember how like laughing at ads and like this, I can't remember anything about them. But like, so I agree with Tom Mizzy. I do like a lot of the football adverts, but if like one that just came to my mind randomly that I really enjoyed was just I'm not sure if it's so funny, but it was just cool. Which was, if you remember the Cadbury's Gorilla advert where he's playing the drums. I always thought that was kind of a cool advert. I don't know if you've ever seen that one, but it's
No,
pretty
I don't
dope.
think I've seen that one. No. All right.
Yeah, but it came out a while ago. I think it's 2007. So
Okay. Pops, you're
Yeah.
up. Pops.
Pepsi has some bangers, man, with the footballers as well.
Oh, Pepsi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
Also-
okay, go ahead.
Now I was gonna say there's one I like with the Clydesdales, Budweiser, Christmas one. Where you got the with the
Okay, I'm gonna pick. I'm gonna stick around the same Christmas theme. I don't know if you guys remember. Remember the Coca-Cola commercial with the polar bears and stuff?
yeah.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
for some reason, as a kid, it was
That's-
like
I was just gonna say that one. Literally.
yeah, the Coca-Cola one with
Christmas
the,
one
with
I
the
call
polar,
it.
with the polar bears and stuff. That for me, I don't know. It just brings back memories and stuff of the past and stuff.
It's the
Tony the Tiger was a top one for me when I was a kid too. Frosted Flakes.
Guess what?
Tony
As you
the
say that,
Tiger.
literally as you said that, I have the entire Coca-Cola beer family holding the Coke bottles and the scarf.
Oh, really? That's what's up.
Yeah.
All right. But actually, based on what Tarmizi said, what is your favorite Jugo Bonito commercial? 'Cause there were some bangers. Like
Nah,
for
the
me,
airport one for me, like Tarmizi, that's the top one for me. I
now
love
there was
that
one. There was one where Canton is talking.
Ronaldinho.
When Canton
Sorry?
is talking, the one.
Oh
where,
yeah.
Canton is talking, and then he's like, something to believe, and then it shows Ronaldinho as a kid and stuff. That one
This is
was
the one.
like,
Okay.
Yeah, futsal.
yeah, the
Um,
futsal one. Yeah,
He
that's
was
my
he was
favorite.
playing
Yeah.
the futsal court. Yeah. And then it flashes back forward to
Yeah,
flashes back forward to him at his prime and playing with the players, in indoors.
Yeah,
But for me, I think the Zlatan with the chewing gum. So basically,
Oh,
he
Zlatan, yeah.
mouth, and then he just do the juggle, the keepy up piece, and then chew back in. I think that's the one for me. Yeah, Ronaldinho one with the crossbar is another one, but I
That's
think
crazy. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
That's the
And
one when he
then they all said it was faked. Then they all said it
yeah,
was fake. And
Yeah,
then,
there's that argument.
yeah.
There's that argument. I know.
I have a question, Chris. Do you mind
Yeah,
if
go
I
ahead.
ask the question
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
to everybody right now? Again, I know we have to try and kind of fit him into a little bit, but let's just say peak Ronaldinho, right? Where does he in the modern game right now today? Does he have a place? Is someone going to give over a team to him? Like what happens to peak Ronaldinho in it? What happens to him in the modern game today?
Well, by that same
Oh,
concept, right? By that same concept, just to understand your question, Messi was handed a team. That was his
yeah,
team. The team was built around Messi. So by that same logic, wouldn't that work for Ronaldinho or wouldn't?
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, is he that? Well, like, if he still wanted to just be Ronaldinho, would he be able to be good enough to force himself into it, or
but
would he get swallowed up by the system, by the
Angel,
big
it was only
money?
that one team though. So Ronaldinho would fit in Barcelona doing the same thing, but I don't think there are many other players. So if we were to say in England
Messi,
would Ronaldinho fit, I don't think so.
Messi is, since some people's idea, the greatest player ever played the game. So also there's also that in terms of being
Yeah,
Yeah,
comparison.
yeah. Hmm.
But I think he know the point I'm
in
getting
the
at. I
modern
think he
I know, I
know
era,
the
know, I
point.
know what you're getting
yeah,
at, Brian. Yeah.
Yeah,
because he's a free spirit and most of the players aren't. It's
Yeah.
system, it's working, and different things. Ronaldinho was like, nah, I'll just do my thing.
Who
Yeah,
who 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 is
football's very rigid now. Yeah.
no? But who's the
Very
modern day?
much so.
Who would you say right now is the modern day free spirit? I don't think
None,
there is one though.
there isn't
none,
one,
none,
not
none,
in the top
There
none.
league.
isn't one.
No.
This is what I mean. Like he'd still have a career. Obviously, someone that talented would
Yes.
have a
Yeah.
career,
Yeah.
but
Undoubtedly. Yeah.
he wouldn't be. No manager would. They'd be like, "Oh my God, Ronnie, come on, man. We had a game plan, dude. We had a game plan, and you just went and did Ronnie stuff." That just doesn't fly these days. It just doesn't fly. Whereas in my day, someone like him is like, "Give me Ron." Like at one point, let's just put this in perspective. I'm a PSG fan, right? And everybody's going to laugh at that. Because going, "What the hell are you talking about? You're a PSG fan."
Wait,
I
what the
like
hell? What
PSG.
the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, I like PSG before all this madness happened.
Okay.
PSG used to be really cool, right? They were only invented in 1977, right? But okay, they're older than me, right? At one point, this is a team, right, that at one point fielded JJ Okocha and Ronaldinho in the same team. If you can't fall in love with that, I don't know what you can fall in love with.
Hmm.
JJ Okocha and Ronaldinho in the same team. That's what they used to do with PSG. They were awesome back in the day, and then they got taken over by these assholes. But that's a commitment to entertainment that I'm all on board with. Okocha and Ronaldinho. You imagine
That's
asking a manager to accommodate them today. That's like Harlem Globetrotters stuff. That's
Nah.
Right.
literally those players are like,
Yeah.
look up Okocha on YouTube. I mean, the guy was literally doing Harlem Globetrotter stuff. No manager today would even allow that, and it's like, okay, that's football now, but
Brian, you're making me sad, man, because there's just two call-in shows in a row where people have talked about Ronaldinho, and there's like now looking back at Ronaldinho at the time when I was watching football at that time, I couldn't enjoy Ronaldinho. And people go, "How can you not enjoy Ronaldinho?" Well, I had a best friend who was obsessed with Ronaldinho and literally talked about the guy like he was his biggest fan. So I was annoyed of Ronaldinho because this guy was
nah,
doing step overs and the guy was
nah.
just a prick. The guy was a prick in general, so it just made me hate Ronaldinho even more. And then when I like when I don't really talk to him like now at all. But once I got away from that, now I look back at Ronaldinho as like Like the guy was doing madness at the time, but I couldn't enjoy him at the time he was doing it, man.
No, to me, like that's the reason why I started. Like that's why I fell in love with the game. To be honest, like watching him play was just straight enjoyment. Like it was, it was peak for me. Like it was, but around when you look at it, then right in regards to um football, like for me, defending for me is an art. Like I think there should be a lot of defenders should have won Ballon d'Oros, but that's just me and stuff. That's just I like that type of game, the tackles, the bloods, all that stuff. That's my type of game and stuff. But during that time where Ronaldinho, you got Ronaldo, you had it was peak. It was beautiful football. It was peak
You
football.
must have Italian blood in there somewhere, Chris.
You think so? Maybe.
That love of defending, man. That love of defending. 90s Italian football. Some of the best defenders ever to play the game existing over a 1 year or 10 year period, along with some of the best attackers ever to play the game existing. Van Basten to Ronaldinho, Rivaldo,
Yeah,
all those boys playing in
Pops tells me to look up clips of Van Basten and stuff. Tells me that.
that was a magic period. You want to talk about magic period in football? That 10 years of mid 80s to mid 90s Italian football. A list of the top 20 footballers. A lot of them will have played in that era.
Really?
Yeah, all the boys, like that's where they went because that's where the money was then. The money
Italian
then
90.
shifted to England.
Yep.
Yeah, after Italian 90, Italian football, that's
90.
what they showed.
Italian football
It
took
was on
off.
English TV, man. It was on English TV. They didn't show British football. They
Yep.
showed Italian
Yep.
football on Channel 4 every weekend. It was amazing.
So, question to the OGs. Question to the OGs. Top 10 of all time. They will be around that. That will be that period that you're talking about. If we're talking about all time, it will be that
Oh, yeah.
period.
There's a psychological study that's been done on football fans, and isn't bullshit. Basically, the World Cup closest to the time that you were 10 years old is the one that you will remember as the greatest of all time, and that's the one that you will link your peer. So whatever World Cup you were around 10, 12, 13, whatever it might be, that's the one that imprints itself most. So that era will always be the 10 years, 12 years after that will always be the one you'll consider the best. You know what I mean? Because that's when most football fans, you stop being children and start falling in love with football, is around between 10 and 13. So whatever World Cup is in that drop zone for you. So for me, I grew up on Italian 90 as an Ireland fan. Italian 90 is one of the biggest cultural phenomena that's ever happened in this country.
You would
Like
love
people
that.
outside Ireland don't realize that. Italian 90 in Ireland, there's films, videos, there's number one hits, there's albums. It was enormous in this country. It was huge. I can't overestimate how big Italian 90 was in Ireland. It was just, it stopped the country. Factories closed down. People sold cars and houses to go to Italy. And I mean, it's not a joke. So for us, Italian 90 is as big as it gets. So Italian football from that period, for me, yeah. And all the greats played there. They really, that Inter Milan.
Yeah.
I'm an Inter guy. My second team is Inter Milan. I mean, it just doesn't get much better. Yeah, it doesn't get much better, man.
Yeah, but that happens for like even club football.
Brian,
like
if you go back,
yeah.
go on.
They're going Hobbs. Go. Now I was gonna say that happens for club football as well, because when I came into like supporting Liverpool at the same time, like you said, it was 10 years old, because I remember it was around the Istanbul time or just before then with the treble.
Oh,
And
that's
like my players that got me into Liverpool were Michael Owen and Stevie G. Like, and I had the DVD from like one of those seasons. I can't remember which one it was. I just that, even with what Michael Owen did, it's just like it's hard for me to drop that personal bias because of he got me into the sport, really. But yeah.
No, I love him as a player. I love Owen as a player. I do. I forget all the other stuff because we forget much more that other players do. McManaman left on a free before Owen did. Everyone forgets McManaman walked on a free. Owen didn't even leave on a free. People act like Owen left on a free.
McManaman wasn't offered anything though.
But you know what I'm saying? The people like that. Well, he went to Real Madrid and he won the lockbox. So
yeah,
it worked.
You know what? Owen went to United. That's the problem still. If he didn't
That
go
is
to
the
United,
problem.
none of the
Yeah,
hatred that he had, he wouldn't be there.
if we just skip that little, but we
Oh,
know he's a robot. We know the man has no emotional
yeah,
content
he
whatsoever.
is.
So
But Brian,
he would
I was
probably,
saying in the World Cup, if you go back to '82, for a lot of people, that's arguably the best Brazilian team that didn't win the
yes,
World Cup. And then you got
yes,
86 and 90, that window between there and there. Then you got some of the best footballers that, again, in depending on your age and how you see the game between 82 and 90, you've got Maradona in that window, of course. You got
yeah,
Platini in that window. You've got all of the 82 stars for Brazil that never won it. You got the Zicos coming in 86 as well, never won it. Karl-Heinz Rummenigge and the Germans didn't win in 86, but they came back and won in Italia 90. And then you got Baggio in 90, and you got what's his name? Schilacci, Poto Schilacci that came and won it. Paolo Rossi. So depending on where you're coming from, you got all of the Dutch giants would have been somewhere in there. I think they were in one World Cup somewhere in there. Maybe.
78 from the Dutch. You got to the final.
Yeah, they were 78, and then they didn't come back for a while actually.
Yeah, for me, the
Because we didn't
first
see
big one
Hullet
in my
and Van
memory is
Basten and them at the World Cup. We saw them in the Euros. And they were in anywhere, the AC Milan trio. While you had the Germans at Inter Milan in the 90s.
yeah,
The
Brema,
ban from Europe would have killed
Benzema.
us because a lot of those players would have come to us. Yeah, a lot of those players that went to Italy would have played at Liverpool.
Yeah, and that was a big thing as well. Why people wonder why Italy got so big was because English clubs were banned from Europe.
Yeah,
So
the ban.
yeah, so all the big non-English players went and played anywhere but England, basically.
Tarmizi, you said you had a question, right?
Yeah, I do. But Angel, can you put up something on the screen, because I have an image that I'm sending you right now on your IG.
Okay, copy.
Yeah. So it's basically an exercise. Do you know? I've been talking about the fitness race that I mentioned for the last few streams in it, and so basically, I'm doing the race in London, and just a few days ago, I signed up for one in Toronto. I don't know if Barnes shared with you guys. So that'll be in October, and I'm doing a simulation course later today in the at my gym. So the division that I'm doing is a single, so I'm doing the whole 8K and 8 workout station. But there's a division for the relay. So the relay is basically 4 individuals, and each person do 2 workout station. And my question is, since we have there's 3, so basically my question is 2 teams, and one team is basically Angel, Pops, Revenant, and myself, and the other one is Medimat, Brian, Uncle, and myself as well. For me, I don't mind any of the workout station, but I'll let you guys to decide on your team which 2 workout that you like to do. And this is just hypothetical in it. So basically, it's basically say for example, you're at your physical fitness peak, that you, in another universe. This isn't reality. Just for fun.
You trying to make us feel bad here? Are you trying to make us?
No. This is fun, Brian.
I've had
There's
a
no
pizza. I've had a pizza tonight. All right, I'm like,
agenda.
oh,
There's no agenda. There's no agenda.
So Mizzy, am I not allowed to say pum pum and eating food? Does that count?
That's the post workout. That's all I'm gonna say. That's the post workout.
okay, get through it. Here we go.
Yep.
Oh. You guys see it?
No,
Yeah.
what?
Yep.
I see it.
What?
Okay, yeah.
The relays team.
So
just
balls,
to
lunges,
I'll do wall
farmers, carry,
ball.
rowing, burpees,
I'm calling
sledge,
wall
pull,
balls.
sledge push.
I'm calling
What's
rowing.
the top one, Tarmizi?
So the ski is basically there's a machine where you just pull down the there's a handle where you just pull down, and there's a machine, a reader in front of you, where every time you pull down, the meters accumulate. So the more you pull, the more distance it covers. If you get what I mean.
And
It's like a rolling machine.
is it
Like
just
a
is
roll,
it just
like
is
a
it
like
just
a
a
roll.
rolling
stand? Is it just a standing
Okay.
effect like that? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you're standing and pulling. Okay.
yeah. You get the machine.
I'm calling rowing and skiing then because it just seems the most like the easiest to fathom. So there you go.
What I'm asking is, I'll let you guys to decide in that team which of you guys do which workout. And bear in mind, it's like there's 8 workouts, so you guys have to divide. But because I'm the wild card, so I don't mind doing anything because basically in reality I'm doing the whole thing. But in the relays team, say for example, in a just for the fun, just for
Yeah,
the vibe.
I'm doing wall balls because I'm from the 80s, so I grew up like throwing a ball at a wall for entertainment. So I can do that all day long. So I'll do wall balls.
You know what it is, Brian.
But isn't that
The,
isn't
the
that a
wall
heavy
ball.
ball though?
Is
The
it not
It
medicine
is,
throwing
ball.
a
Right? Yeah.
ball at a wall? No, he's going. It's not. Is it not throwing a
No,
ball
no.
at a
So
wall?
basically, it's a six
But
kilo
it's the medicine ball
ball.
though.
It's a
The
big.
medicine ball, basically. And what you do is you squat and then you throw up. So basically, there's a target set already, and you just hit the target and then do that for 100 times.
So it's like basketball.
Wait, you said 4? You said 400 times?
100, no, 100,
100.
100
Oh, 100
reps.
not that bad. I think it's at 400 and stuff.
No,
It's like shooting.
Angel,
It's like
you
shooting
said
hoop.
that right. So you said 100 times is okay, but bear in mind in
No, that's
singles
not okay.
division,
That's not okay.
you're doing
That's not okay.
8 kilometers of run and other 7 stations. So the wall ball is the last one.
Yeah.
It's the last station.
Oh, okay. But you're saying we have to pick one though.
No, no,
Yeah,
no.
and I called wall balls.
No,
Right.
no.
So
It's
no,
two.
but Parmesan,
In
you have to answer one other question. You have to answer one other question. I don't go to the gym, right? So tell me this: is 6 kilograms heavy?
No, it's not.
See, I didn't think so. I didn't think so. So I'm
Hey,
shooting hoops. I'm shooting hoop for
No, it's
100 reps.
it's relative. No, it's very relative though, Brian. At 6
A
kilos,
bowling
it's gonna feel
ball. A
very
bowling
heavy
ball.
when you have to squat and throw it up to hit that thing
Okay.
100 times.
Okay. So you know when you go bowling, right? Is a 6 kilo? Is that the heavy bowling ball or the light bowling?
I don't play bowling, but
It's
I reckon it's
2.2,
not.
so that's like 12.
Would it be like a medium heavy? Would it be a medium bowling ball?
So
Yeah, in
the
between.
burpees is just like regular burpees, right?
So the burpees broad jump is basically you do the burpees
Mm-hmm.
and then you go up and then you jump forward.
And then do it again.
So there's a distance. I think it's 80 or 100. I reckon it's 80 meters.
How long do we have to do all this? By the way, what's our
There's
time
no
limit?
there's no time. There's no time
Oh,
cap.
okay. Okay.
I picked
Brian,
burpees.
Brian, I looked up the bowling ball, like the kids one apparently is weigh 6 kilos. So
Big up, stay humble.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm shooting hoops with them all day, man. I'm good. Wall balls. Covered.
I'm doing the
I'm on the
burpees.
sled. I'm on the sled.
doing
I'll go
burpees.
sled. I'll go push
Oh,
and pull on the
Pops,
sled.
lad.
Rev,
No.
what are you doing, man? What are you taking?
I'm doing rowing and skiing. Just seems like the most basic ass stuff.
I'm doing burpees.
Let me tell you guys. So the relays team is basically it's a specific division. It's a specific field because basically the workout is already designated to you instead of doing the whole thing. So it's different. Well, the reason why I said the wall ball would be the most difficult in terms of
What?
the
When did you say
situation.
that? When did you say that would be most?
He did
No,
say
no,
that.
Brian.
Oh, no, I'm just,
After you picked it. After
can
you
I
picked
tell
it.
you?
Let me laugh. So so if you do alone, bear in mind you're gonna do 8 kilometers of run, and then you're doing 7 other stations. So the wall ball is the last. Bear in mind your lactic acid is and the fatigue is already built up. If
Yeah.
you get what I mean.
Yes.
So it's
Yeah.
it's a mental thing. It's a mental forte right now.
But I'm not doing the other bit. I'm just doing the wall ball
Yeah,
bit.
not for you, Brian.
Yeah. In relay, that's what I'm saying. Relay sim is different.
I'm cool. Yeah. I shouldn't hoop.
It's a team
I'm
sport
cool.
now. In team sports, different
I'm
because
cool.
in the relays, like I said, Angel would do 2 of the workout, Pops would do 2, John would do 2, and then you're doing the other 2 in it. So, all in all, what I'm trying to say is you just have to focus on that 2. But in other divisions, different because you're doing the whole thing.
Nah,
So-
that 8 is wild. That 8 is wild, Tom. That 8 is wild.
Tarmizi, and the rolling is just a rolling machine, right? Or you rolling actually a boat?
Rowing. No. There's a
Oh,
machine.
yeah, it's an actual boat. There's a boat in the gym.
That's the machine.
There's an
Yeah,
actual boat in the
pull-
gym.
you
Yeah.
pull back.
They're rowing a boat across the gym. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
That's
do
what
the
they're doing.
rowing and the farmers carry.
Brunei is such a rich country that they actually have. They don't have rowing machines. They have actual boats in their gym. Yeah, they're solid gold boats.
Come on, Brian, man. You got to get immersed, man. Put it in the gym, man.
Yeah, man. So I'm doing those 2, rowing and burpees and stuff. I'll be fine.
Rowing and
Rainbow.
farmers carry for me.
The
Oh,
24
farmers carry
kilos
for you?
kettlebell. 24 kilos kettlebell. You need a strong forearm. I'm telling you, it's 200 meters. I know it's just a walk with the kettlebell, but I'm telling you, I've tried already. It really
Oh,
burns.
that's long.
Yeah,
200 meters.
200, yeah.
Because it's more of a muscle endurance. I think Chris knows because he's a medical person. So
Yeah.
muscle endurance is something that you need to build on, not just your cardiovascular. You know what I mean? But it all in all, this sport that this race that I'm competing it's trending right now. So just to give you a context, they've already expanding different countries. So I think they've introduced a few years back. So right now in Asia and in Europe, especially Australia as well, it's growing. So it's actually, I'm not gonna say you guys should do, but it's even like people who's not a fitness freak, but just to give that appropriate term. I think they got they so far from what I heard, they had good feedback with the community, whatnot from the competition. So it doesn't have to be like a regular gym goer, if you know what I'm saying. But for me, it's just like I've targeted my goals.
You should live stream it for us. You should live stream
cool, yeah.
this thing tonight
So-
so we can walk through stuff.
So Tarmizi, so like you competing for like, what is it like? Is it like for a prize or just for like charitable event, or are you just doing it for like just personal goal or something?
For me right now, it's just because I've never done the. I mean, this is going to be my first time in London.
Okay.
For me, it's just get the just to build my network, and because it's a sport where it's like CrossFit and all those
Yeah, CrossFit. Yeah.
like a Spartan
Okay,
race and
okay.
Yeah, like the Spartan.
yeah.
I was just about to say that Spartan race.
Wait, so
Spartan.
Tarmizi, you gonna be part of American Ninja Warrior and stuff? That's what you trying to do?
You're doing
Maybe
fitness side quest
You
now.
never know, Chris. Maybe one day, you never know.
That would be what's up.
No, the thing is, the reason people are drawn into this race because they have the quote unquote world championship. So if you manage to reach the podium, that's where your competition side kicked in, and you just want to compete like the very best with other winners from other circuits.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it's one of them ones where at first it's just for fun, and then once you've done the race, then you might change your expectation and change your goals. So it's just an open reason.
Okay, that's what's up, man. Nah, keep it up, man. And you
Gold
train
medal
every
is-
day? You train every day or like?
Yeah,
Or-
every single day.
It sounds
Yeah.
like you need to.
I just hit a 10K yesterday. like it's a zone 2 for me. So zone 2 is basically like a chill pace,
Hmm.
but you just push a little bit, like push about 50 to 60% of your cadence and your heart rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, just have that active recovery. Yeah,
Okay.
I feel like I sound like a James Milner kind of thing.
The big test champion, man.
Where will you test?
That's what's up,
Yeah.
man. Nah, but keep it up. When is the competition though?
So they have in seasons like football.
Okay.
So the London is one of the very last few races before the World Championship. So if I say, for example, if I got second or third in my division, I'll be qualified and compete at Nice in France, which
Oh,
is in July, and then I sign up for the one in Toronto, and I told Barnes to link up when I get there. That'll be in October,
okay.
but they haven't decided where the city will be in terms of the host for next season's World Championship.
Okay.
So that remains to be seen. Yeah. So my race will be in May, and
Yeah.
then it'll be in October.
Okay, man.
And bear in mind, I have to fly like so in to UK from here is like 15 hours of flight, and
Yeah,
then to
crazy.
Canada
Jesus
from here,
Christ.
it's like from one side of the world to another. And I had to transit at San Francisco in along the route. So it's gonna be a long journey. So I just
Damn, you
I
gotta
have
fly.
I
You
try
gotta
to,
fly far.
yeah, fly far, but I
Yeah.
just try to beat the jet lag by get there earlier, like 9 to 10 days before the race, just to get my sleep and rest in between. To the
Climatize.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
acclimatize, exactly. That's the one.
Have you heard of esports? You can stay at home for them. No.
You do you, Brian. You do you.
Nah, but
Nothing.
that's
Join
what's up,
Jota.
man. No,
Join
no, man.
Jota and then
No, of course, man. I'm just like the inadequacy levels. Inadequacy levels are through the roof here now. Thanks, Tarmizi. Your man's traveling around the world to do marathons, and I'm like, I might go out tomorrow. You know, like what the hell?
That's the reason why why
It's a
Callum
bit
called me so
cold.
quick.
It's a bit cold today. Yeah, come on.
John Wick,
He's
man.
traveling around the world to break records and stuff.
That's crazy. That's
Say
crazy.
less, say
Big up
less.
Tom
No,
Busy.
But
no,
big up to
nothing
you,
but
man.
respect. No, massive
Well, big up
respect.
our music, man. Thanks for
Big up
coming
Tom
on,
Izzy.
man.
Keep in touch. Keep in touch.
All right, brother. Take
Big
care,
up.
man.
Yeah.
Tom Izzy talking about that stuff. The worst I'd do is Takeshi's Castle, a wipeout, man. That's my type of game, man. Other than this, like jogging like
I don't
10
know, man.
kilometers and stuff.
I feel bad now. I gotta start working out now, man.
Yeah.
You're in the fucking like
Good for you.
goddamn army, and he's making you think, yeah, I've been slacking off here.
Yeah.
Don't, yeah, just he's a high bar. Come on. If you need to ease yourself into something, don't go straight to Tarmizi level.
Yeah.
Ease yourself in a little bit, you know.
But Tarmizi is like if
Yeah.
you notice from because I know Tarmizi from Coppish, so I've been on Coppish for like I met Pops through Coppish through the comments, Maddie as well, Uncle I met as well, John I met there as well, but Tarmizi used to always come on like every Friday and stuff, and you can
Used to
tell
come
like
on
his
cold.
progression. You can tell his progression though, like weight wise,
You can
mass
see.
wise.
Yep.
You can see it. Like he's been doing this for like a while and stuff. So big up Tarmizi and stuff. So let me see. 1 second. Another question. What period of time would you travel to if you had a time machine?
I think I got mine. If you want me to go first.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've always kind of been interested in history, so I could pick from quite a few options to be honest, because I do like the medieval period and the Roman period. But if I had to choose, I'd probably go Roman period. It just feels
Mm.
like there was like the other periods are kind of like, the living conditions and all that aren't the best, but Roman still had kind of decentish, still kind of rough, but some of the architecture and like some stuff back there was just so incredible for his time. So just be interesting to be back there for
Okay.
me.
Okay.
I would do the period of when the pirates roamed the sea,
Fire.
where it would be
Yeah.
fascinating because like literally depending on the wind to get from point A to B, knowing when to use your sails and all that sort of stuff, and then literally although they may have occurred in different parts of the world because they weren't like transiting worldwide, but just like, for instance, the Caribbean Sea from Jamaica going all the way down to Guyana, that sort of stuff. I would like to. That would be a time period I would jump into because it's like literally these people were not like scholars or anything like that. Most of them didn't have no big education, but they had the ability, and the capability to literally sail using a compass and stuff. That would be fascinating.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Brian, what about you, Brian?
Yeah. So the pirate one would be right up there for me, and kind of some of just those eras that you'd like to go back to. But I suppose if I think about it, really, I'd like to go back maybe somewhere where from like where that we don't know anything about, like somewhere just like back before kind of say 2000 BC or something like this, maybe just to see
Mm.
what the fuck was going on with actual cavemen and all this kind of stuff, maybe. But if you said like I can go back to any time now and I can live there for a while, 1995, 1994, 1995, best time
Okay.
of my life, man. That's right. I'm going back to the 90s, man. I'm going to bring it back.
What were you doing, man? You were doing craziness over there in those times?
That was my teenage years, man. Growing up in the 90s, before the internet, before social media, before all that pressure, before all that nonsense. Where you still had enough of kind of cool stuff around. But just before all that social media came in, I was a teenager, living my life. All that stuff, if my life would have been so different if people were able to film everything and everything was on Instagram. All my teenage years, they're undocumented. I'd love to go back to that time because that was the best time of my life. But apart from that, yeah, I'd love to go like way back time, maybe sort of see, like 2,000, 3,000 years ago to see what was happening in Ireland.
Okay. Well, for me, I would like to experience the whole like Viking era.
That's another good one.
Yeah, like the Viking era and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That would be pretty cool.
My town is a Viking town. Waterford is literally built by the Vikings.
Really?
Uh,
That's cool.
oh
That's
yeah,
cool, Brian.
my whole town is surrounded by Viking-built walls. There's a tower in the middle of it. It's literally a Viking stronghold. It was built by the Vikings for the Vikings. It's the oldest city in Ireland, over 1,000 years old, and we have all these walls around our city. It's all Viking stuff. We have a huge Viking museum in the middle. It's like, basically in Ireland, Waterford is Viking central. So it's all, we have we have a tower that's over like about 12. It's nearly well over 1,000 years old now. And it's right in the middle of our town, and it's all Viking, built by the Vikings.
That's what's up.
So, yeah, if you're into the Vikings, man, Waterford is the place to come.
Yeah,
That's all we have.
I need a
That's
visit
all
there,
we
man.
have.
Yeah.
No, like
No, that's literally all we have. You can do it in
my
4 hours.
wife, when we got married, me and my wife, we had like two destinations that we wanted to go for a honeymoon: Ireland and Japan. We chose Japan at the end, but
Yeah, good choice. definitely good choice. Like, I mean,
Gee,
Japan is an
my
expensive place to go and all that stuff. That's a
No,
once in a lifetime destination.
no, I
Ireland
agree.
is somewhere you could probably go maybe easier.
No, I
But
love my I don't know people if people have ever went, but Japan to me, I mean, I know people say like, because I'm from New York, right? So people say the city that doesn't sleep or whatever. But in regards to technology wise, Japan is on a different level of like
wow, yeah.
of technology, of comfort, of subway system is a lot better. It's just different. Like
well,
Japan is,
I've never been there. Right? You've obviously been there. Would
yeah,
you agree that I think that Japan, Tokyo, especially Tokyo,
Tokyo,
is
yeah,
the closest thing? Obviously, I haven't been there, but just from what I've seen, is the closest thing on Earth to a city from a different planet. Would
yeah,
you say?
yeah.
Because just in terms of how different it is, the language,
Mm-hmm.
the culture. I mean, it's literally the most alien place, if that makes more sense. Because
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
don't speak Japanese, I mean, it may as well be gobbledygook. I mean,
Mm-hmm. No,
Yeah.
it's beautiful, man. Like,
Angel, yeah, when you were talking about Vikings, well, that just reminded me of like so many good periods, man. Because I was just thinking of what do you call it? Like ancient Japan and all that, with like the
ancient
samurai and all that.
Japan.
That'd be
Yeah,
so
yeah,
cool as
yeah,
well, yeah. Like
yeah, yeah, man.
those people, those guys were like on another level, man.
I wouldn't mind me some Wild West business, though. Gotta say, I wouldn't mind me some Wild West business. That'd be fun too.
Oh wow, what? Yeah, that's
Oh,
a good
Wild
period
West,
too.
yeah,
Oh,
you're
Oh,
right,
it'd be
man.
fun.
Aztec times.
But I gotta go with the pirate guy. I mean, that was my show. Pirates,
Pirates
man.
was cool
Back
too.
in like 1680 and all this stuff. Where that down the Caribbean, that was a
You're,
wild.
you
That was a
reminded me. You
wild.
reminded me of Black Sails now. One of my favorite shows, Brian. I don't know if you've seen it.
That ended
Wild
weird.
game.
That ended weird, man. That ended weird.
Yeah, the ending was a little weird. I agree, but like the general feel of the show and how they did everything was amazing. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like the pirates themselves.
That is cool. You don't get what's cooler than pirates? Come on, what's cooler than
Yes.
pirates? Seriously.
Pops, what about you, Pops? What period would you travel back to and stuff if you had the chance to?
So hard,
Anywhere in
man.
history. Anywhere in history.
Nah,
Anywhere
it's
in
so
history.
hard. It's so hard because there's so many different interesting things. Actually, just last night I was watching something or saw something on AG or something. They were talking about if you look at the Earth, it actually was all together at one point.
Yeah.
So it actually sort of
It was, yeah.
subdivided. So yeah.
Mhm.
So to be around when the landmass was one big landmass and actually
Oh, Pangea.
experience how to move. So I mean,
Pangea, yeah, Pangea.
when,
Yeah.
Pangea.
yeah, when
It
that
was all
was
one big lump. Yeah.
yeah. Then I mean, you got the Renaissance period if you're an artist and you like that sort of
I
stuff.
love that. I
Mm.
love that one.
I mean,
That'd
Yeah.
be for me as well. When
and
Caravaggio.
I mean, you mentioned it, cowboys, pirates, Vikings. You'd want to hop.
It was
You'd want to
cooler
go to
back in the
with
day,
the
wasn't
periods.
it? It was.
Yeah.
You know,
We've
you know,
got ISIS now. We've got ISIS and Donald Trump. Back then, they had
Yeah.
pirates and
I'm
Vikings.
gonna say something dark, but
Uh-oh. Oh dear.
I would like to experience just to understand
Kids, leave the room.
what the fuckery was going on during that time period. The Salem witch trials.
Oh, that witchy stuff was wild, man. That was like, oh,
That was dark. I want to know what the hell
That was
because
dark, yeah.
that was a dark time. I want to know what the hell what's going on with people's heads because that was dark.
people think
That-
it's
that-
bad now where you can spread a rumor online about someone and mess their life up.
Exactly.
Back then, in a
Exactly.
small village, all you had to do was spread a rumor about some bitch you didn't like.
Yeah,
And
but
even, burned at a
even if you
stake.
think about it, right? Like look
Because
at
they
That
couldn't
was
prove it negative.
Christianity, basically.
go ahead, Maddie. I'm sorry. What'd you say, Maddie?
No. I said because I'm right here in Boston, Massachusetts, that sort of stuff. So I'm kind of like those are the kind of things that I kind of like venture on my downtime when I don't have to work and all that sort of stuff. And basically, from like if you was to come here and you go on like these tours and stuff, and you listen and you go to the areas and stuff. Basically, it was. I don't want to say Christianity, but it was something like Christianity. If you could understand which part I come in, it was like literally like one God, and you did anything else, it was considered witchcraft.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
if you grew a good crop of strawberries, you must be a witch because everyone else had a bad crop.
but isn't that the same
It's
concept?
like,
And like, isn't that the same concept with like the Crusaders and stuff and what they did?
Yep, exactly.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
well, yeah,
Okay,
yeah, pretty
that's
much.
crazy. Because like, for example, like you,
Religion plus weapons rarely ends
That's
well.
that's why they say religion and politics kills the world.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
totally.
crazy. Okay. Okay. What chores at home you hate doing?
I can't iron. I cannot iron. It's not that I hate doing it.
Wait, time I
Like
have
I
to bring.
do hate doing it.
One second. I gotta bring up something that just came up and stuff.
I just can't do that. Definitely, I can't do
This is a safe place, so don't worry and stuff.
Angel, this is an easy question for me.
it.
Literally every chore.
Literally,
I hate doing them, but I do them.
I like washing up. I like cleaning. Like I like making sure that the glasses and the plates are clean. I mean that I've grown to like that because I mean I'm going to be eating them, but I can't iron stuff. That's
not,
Well,
just so long.
not
let
for,
me contextualize what I'm saying more. I have a coordination disorder, so most of these things are hard for me to do. So like just the act of doing them feels like it's twice as hard. So that's why kind of everything is kind of a pain. But you get through it, right? So
Agreed. You always find a way,
exactly, yeah.
but
okay.
still ironing. So
It sucks
Is
for me. Yeah. Well,
for me, I can do anything. Like I don't mind doing anything around the house. The one thing that irks me is just folding clothes.
oh hell no! Why did
that's it. That's included with the ironing, right, Brian?
exactly? That's exactly that's like that's
They go
elite
together.
iron.
They go
Yeah, it's
together.
like elite iron.
Now I don't mind ironing. I don't mind doing that. It's just
Well, if you
No,
can't fold, then you may as well not iron.
yeah.
If you fold it, if you, I mean, it's like, geez, man, I didn't know there was a secondary like license for this. Like, if you can hang things, that's cool. But when you got to fold them up, and so much to go
Funny,
on.
funny you should say that, Angel, because what you just said and what Brian just said is like two of the things that will drive me up a wall crazy OCD if it's not done right. Ironing and folding clothes. Like I don't know if like it's because I was in the cadets as a kid and then went on into the army, but those two things will drive me crazy. So like if you was to come into my house barring the place being clean and stuff, but everything like my shirts, clothes and everything is folded precisely, neatly. You show me a mess and it's like I go crazy. I would spend an hour getting a crease out of a shirt versus just leaving it like that. So it's literally like ironing and folding is this stuff that I do best. But the one I would not like doing if I was in a shared house is the bathroom.
Oh, wow.
Cleaning the bathroom and the toilet,
No.
nada.
No.
Latrine
If I'm by
duties,
myself,
man. Latrine duties.
well, the funny thing, like Maddie just said it right. Like when I was in boot camp and stuff, I remember like my first weekend, tough. They wake you up at like you finally fall asleep. They wake you up like 5 minutes later and stuff. They mess you up psychologically,
Exactly.
right? So there was a point where I'm a kid. I'm from the hood. I think I'm tough and stuff or whatever. And um, they teach you how to like they teach you how they want to fold clothes, fold your bed and stuff. And I was half assing it and stuff. stuff or whatever. I had a Foot Locker. I had a Foot Locker, and I just threw everything in there and stuff like that. Whatever, make it look like it was done right. And I left my Foot Locker open and stuff, and then inspection at night and stuff. It was a Thursday, if I remember correctly. The beating I got, not physically, psychological, where it's like he got my Foot Locker, he flipped it over and stuff. The amount of pushing I did that day, I had to get a rifle, so they made me have the sitting position against the wall and have the rifle out and stuff, hold it out and stuff, and I had to be there for 30 minutes, and I'm there, growing up, me thinking I'm tough, tears coming out my eyes, my legs shaking and stuff, trying to stay up, man. Good old days, I guess. But let me bring up minerals in the background and stuff. Mineral, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. Big up, lads.
Big up minerals.
Up to the minerals FC, and great chat as usual. Like, listen,
He's mudding the wrong He's mudding the wrong man. We can't deny
yeah,
that.
I have to mud the wrong ends. That's my job in life. But listen, yeah, the convo is great. Speaking of things I had to do, like, if I'm being honest, I wasn't the nicest of boys growing up. I was a bit of a nut job. You know what I mean? Sometimes, yeah. The teacher used to make me do push-ups and all. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like a few. That's the sort of things I had to do. Like what Angel was saying.
Maddie, remember when you were talking about OCD, right? And everything has to be done right for you. So, as I was saying before, I have a coordination disorder, and well, Maddie's gone now, but I'll keep talking.
Oh, Maddie left.
Yeah, you probably
He
come
probably
back now.
dropped out. He'll come back in.
He'll come back in. Okay.
But yeah,
he'll come back in still.
Yeah, before I knew that I had this, that I was diagnosed, I didn't. I had no idea what I had, so I was just going for jobs normally. And one of my first jobs was an elderly care home, and that job is pretty tough on its own, especially someone with, especially for someone with what I, especially for someone
John,
with
you
what
were
I
like a
have.
homemade. You were like a homemade for elderly.
Yeah, like you help them out with like the hygiene and like whatever the toilet duties, all that stuff. Yeah, and one of the first things in the training they ask you to do is this is probably like a thing from the army as well that you relate. You got to make the bed a certain way. It has to be made a certain way so they don't fall out of the bed. It's like got to be made. So I probably did it about 10 times and I didn't get it right once. And I keep messing up. And they were like, they didn't like fix it or help me or tell me how to do it. They just stood there and they're like, yeah, well, they just passed me. So then I went to the floor and followed around the person that was supposed to be shadowing me. And eventually, like some things I did right. Then I got to the room and they just left me to do it on my own. So then they just left me there. So that I tried to do it, couldn't do it. So then I just made it the way I normally made it. I left, and then they got pissed at me. But the person, like, they didn't try to help. They just kind of shouted at me and then just left me to my devices and kind of like expected me to just learn it on my own again. So in the end, I had to leave my job, but I had to leave the job in the end because nothing was improving. And at that time, I didn't know what I had. So it just it was just like crashing into the thing. And it's like, well, it's just like one of those tough things that like, I was like thinking about Maddie's OCD and me like struggling to make a bed like that. It's like,
exactly.
Well, it's always much easier when you know what the issue is.
Yes, exactly.
The most frustrating thing is knowing that there's something wrong, but not knowing what it is. As soon as something says, "Oh no, dude, it's just that," then you can deal with it. You're like, "Okay, cool, show me the road." But yeah, I can understand that, man. It's so frustrating when you know there's like way ain't disconnecting, but and when someone says, "I know a lot of people have problems these days with labels and things," but for the people that it actually matters to, it means a whole lot when someone says, "No, this is what it is," and then you can deal with it, like a kind of a an open door moment. So that's always great when that happens, and then you can deal with it afterwards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had like multiple jobs that happened in a row, and I still hadn't been diagnosed like for a while longer, and it was just more things. So it was just a relief, like you said, Brian, when I finally knew what it was, because man, it was just like
What was that
it was.
illness, bro? Was
Well,
it
it's
was it like was it like nervous system related or something?
well, it's called dyspraxia. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's like DCD for short, but it's like to do with coordination, and I think it's something. I think it's something to do with like brain cognitive, like something to do with that, like
It has to do with I think equilibrium.
equilibrium.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Equilibrium.
no.
Equilibrium
Yeah,
system.
yeah, yes, you're right because it's to do with balance. I've always had problems with balance. Like I've like tripped
Coordination
up and
and
I've tripped up and like fallen over on my own. I couldn't. My handwriting is like I needed to use like a support like to write well when I was young. It took me ages to learn to write in a like decent manner.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's crazy. Hey, man, I
yeah, yeah.
learn something new every day, man.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. You know what I'm
half the
saying?
battle is knowing what the problem is. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah, 100.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. It's one of those things as well that doesn't really have like a cure. It's kind of like on you to like manage and like get through it. And like everyone's different that has it. I think some people can do more with it, some people can't. So it's like very hard to like, quantify
No,
how to like tell someone like what you're dealing with. You know what I mean?
but you know the thing, right? Without wanting to sound like a crass dickhead, but back in the day and not that long ago, it didn't exist.
I
It
know you
wasn't.
can
It
exactly.
wasn't a thing that had a name. Like it wasn't a thing that had a was. It wasn't diagnosed. So if you were in school with me in the 80s and 90s, you would have been that clumsy guy who can't write properly.
The butt of all
There's
the
nothing
jokes.
wrong with him. Yeah, he's not. He's there's nothing wrong with him. He's just clumsy. He can't write properly. Yeah, exactly. But of all the jokes, it wouldn't have been any idea that maybe, oh well, there might perhaps be some kind of an issue here that can be addressed and fixed and helped and yada yada yada. But no, back then, and that's only 25 years ago. Yeah, like I went to school with people who literally right now, like who went in, like did all the same exams we did, who right now today would be in a different system. Not even the same school, a completely different education system.
Yes.
But they were just put into classes with us because they were, basically a little bit different or whatever. But yeah, it's today it's so much different. Back
So much
then it
different,
was,
Brian. Yeah.
oh yeah, you would have been just that clumsy guy, or the guy with a star, or the guy who, people
Yeah, I
who were
think.
dyslexic get people who were dyslexic in the 90s weren't diagnosed.
Yeah.
They just thought they were stupid.
Yeah.
Like one of my best friends is dyslexic, and he was only diagnosed in the late 90s when he was about 20, and he'd been through the school system. I was like, oh, guess why John kept. Like, guess what, John? He's one of the most intelligent, brightest young lads you'll ever meet. That's what all the teachers would say. But he gets an E and an F and a D and an E and an F. Guess what? He's dyslexic. No, did all its exams before it was even diagnosed. So at least, yeah, it's strange, man.
Yeah, Brian,
That's
I left in
peak.
the 2010s and there was nothing like I wasn't diagnosed anyway, but like I didn't see any of that type of stuff even like up to the 2010s where like there was like I think there was I saw like a special needs section where like there was some with like who had like really like the extreme, things that you could easily see, but like any mild stuff, nah. Like they were just everyone was just lumped together, like you're saying, Brian.
It's
Yeah,
cheaper.
absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, man. Like, it's peak out here, bro. Me as well, Like struggling in school. In school, it was peak for man. Yeah, I'm saying man just cared about the foot, yeah. And sometimes, and sometimes, yeah, what I used to do was not even turn up for class. You know what I'm saying? Like getting bare suspension. It's not being
You
bad.
were skiving minerals, skiving.
Yeah,
All
yeah, I
right.
was Kevin. But I was saying, pops, yeah, and John, like I had that bad, having that bad boy nature in school.
You know what I'm saying? Like, would that work in your households if you guys were bad boys,
No.
like me, like ditching school or no?
No.
How? How would how would that not work? Being that type of bad boy.
No, no, I think he's talking about he's talking about what Dakota said. I'm sorry.
Are you talking about the code aggression, Pops?
Yes, yes, Dakota. Yes, 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 and yes. To your last question. Absolutely.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
fictional
Oh,
character, you know? Fictional character. Who did that?
I-
I'll
I'm a, I'm
probably
like I,
say,
I'm
well,
against
we've
Dakota.
all had, like, but I would say, like, we've all had crushes on fictional characters, right? So that's basically anybody in a movie that you
Anybody
thought
in a
was hot.
movie, yeah.
Yeah, so that's anybody in a movie that you thought was hot, right? So that's a fictional character. But
listen, yeah,
I'm saying I've definitely had a massive crush on an animated character. That's all I'm saying. Yes, I will say that.
Wait, time
Definitely.
out. Let's not. We're
Because
not gonna.
some of those characters, man. I mean, they
We're
kind
not.
of.
Jessica Rabbit, right? I got you.
listen,
Pops,
let me tell
man.
you one
Pops,
for free. Let
you
me tell you
know it,
one for
man.
free.
You
Yeah,
know
for
it.
free.
You know it. You know it, man. She weren't no
Let me
rabbit. I
tell
don't
you.
know why I call her Jessica Rabbit because she weren't no rabbit, man. She was
Listen, let me tell
all.
you one. Let me tell you one for free that I like. It'll probably be controversial, but Batgirl. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Batgirl from Batman, innit?
Oh, okay.
Which Batgirl? There's a lot of Batgirls and a lot of Batman. Which the most like the latest?
He probably
Because
means
there's a lot of new ones.
Alicia Silverstone. She's
Yeah,
Batgirl,
Alicia.
right?
Ron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you would have meant Michelle Pfeiffer, Catwoman.
She was Catwoman though.
Yeah, So okay, Batgirl. You're not a Batgirl, man. No, but Pop, man. You know, Jessica Rabbit, man. Jessica Rabbit. Jessica Rabbit. She slayed the 90s. She slayed the 90s.
Cartoon Pan, Jessica Rabbit, you know.
What?
Kofu from Lion King too.
Hey,
yeah, I know. Yeah. You don't watch Lion King too? You don't watch it, Pops?
Are you trying to grasp some?
Oh.
Yeah, as a gamer, it's easy for me because there's like so many hot women in games, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, I'm not even going down that route, but I'm just saying.
I'm all right. I'm gonna say someone, but it has
I'm
to
a
be
Borderlands guy. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm a Borderlands.
Yeah, Chris, let me guess. Cinderella, right?
Get out of here, man.
No, man, none of that weird Disney shit. That's not good. I ain't no Pocahontas guy.
It has
Snow
to be.
White nonsense.
It has to be from that specific movie. The Mask, Cameron Diaz from that movie.
No.
Nah. She's butters, bro. Quick interjection, fellas. I'm about to run out. So great chat, good show. I will catch you all on the flip side. Everybody be safe. Have a great weekend, and I will talk to you all in the near future.
All right,
That mad, man. I'm saying,
All right.
real
Be
general,
blessed.
real general, real bad man.
Yeah, Cameron Diaz from The Mask.
I'm not blonde. Don't like blondes, man. Don't like blondes.
I don't know if any of you heard of Tifa, but that's a pretty easy one for gamers if you know who Tifa is from Final Fantasy.
Nah.
Yeah.
I see you.
boys.
I mean, it's a pretty easy one, man. Come on.
Outside of the obvious, I think. I ain't going. Like, let's not get twisted here. No one's falling in love with Disney Snow White or anything.
Let me guess.
It's basically just Jessica Rabbit.
I found another character. I like the Moana. What about Moana? She's another great one.
The child?
What?
No.
Get shit.
No, when she was older, bro. When she was older, bro. Relax, bro. How is she a child, fam?
Everybody just logged out immediately there, right now. What?
I was just giving an example, Chris.
Oh,
I said, no matter, blood. Yeah.
End the stream, Dave. End the stream, Dave.
Minerals don't answer the
Rasky
door.
dog, you know.
Minerals
No,
don't answer the
no.
door. It's the
Minerals.
authorities. Don't answer the door.
Because if I remember correctly, because I have kids and stuff, right? And I watched the movie multiple times. She's a teenager.
I'm a teenager too, bro.
Oh, okay. All right, so
Okay.
then we good. Oh, so we good then. We're not to
Wait,
worry
wait,
about.
it's just statutory.
why panic there, dog? Why you panic there? Why you panic there, sir?
Oh, that one caught me off guard and stuff.
I don't even know the
Easy, bro.
reference. I don't know the character you're talking to. I just know as soon as Chris reacted, I was like, okay, that's wrong. But that was a half a second after he said it. He knows it was a character.
We definitely can't comment though.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
don't.
All right.
I
So
have another one.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I read the room, man.
I found another one, yeah. What
Did you?
about
Okay,
Roxanne, yeah? What about Roxanne, yeah, from Megamind? She's another great one, yeah?
Megamind. That's like that Pixar movie, right?
Yeah, that's Bold Blue Bloke, if you know him. He was a horrible dude.
What about Betty Rubble? Barney's wife. With the blue dress. I mean, I was never a Wilma guy, but it was more of a Betty guy. She seemed like more of a, you know what I mean? But more fun on a Saturday night, you know, that kind of thing. No? Nobody for Betty Rubble, no? Okay. She's definitely not a teenager. I know that
Definitely not, yeah.
For sure.
She's
She's
a redneck
definitely
guy.
of age, yeah.
She's dangerous, you know. Dangerous, you know.
Yeah.
No, I did love the Flintstones though, just in general. Man, those.
Yeah, but
Wait,
those
French
timeless.
Princeton, you know. That was classic.
Reappraised movie. I saw a thing a couple of days ago. It was like that thing got destroyed when it came out, but apparently, actually not that bad.
Which one?
Which one
Flintstones
did you
movie?
say, Brian?
Remember, yeah, do you remember John Goodman?
Oh.
Yeah.
The live action Flintstones movie. Everyone hated it when it came out.
Brian, you just made me think of another one from saying that. I don't know the actress's name. The actress that played Velma in the Scooby Doo movie.
Oh, she was pretty dope, man. You know what I mean?
I know who you mean.
That's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like I think the actress just kind of like knew like out of nowhere. So like the name doesn't pop to mind, but just
It wasn't Sarah Michelle Gellar, was it?
you're looking it up, Pops.
Yeah.
Was it Buffy? Was Buffy in the? I think that Buffy was definitely in the Scooby Doo movie. You know Buffy, Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Buffy,
Buffy the Vampire Slayer and stuff.
Yeah, she was definitely in the Scooby Doo movie, right? I think she played one of the Scooby.
Well, you know who I found to be attractive. You know that show, Charm.
Yes, that just came to my head too, Angel.
Wow.
With the witches.
Yeah, Chiam
With the witches,
is
the OG
great props, you
version.
know.
Yeah.
Shannon Doherty and them.
Yeah.
Yeah, 90210. 90210.
Yeah,
Phoebe Halliwell was the other one, right?
Yo, John, I found that. I found
Milano.
Yeah. Yo, John, I found the actress. She's called Cardinelli, whatever. Velma.
Linda Cardinelli was
Linda
one, and then it was
Cardinelli.
Haley Kayoko.
Yeah, that was Velma.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know who else? Those three females from Charlie's Angels.
So what are we talking about? Cartoon people
The
we like to
original
shout
ones or
about?
the new ones?
Wait, what's considered new? Not the one that is
Angels? The original
Not-
Angels?
from what year?
The 70s and 80s, I think.
Oh, there's been 3 new versions.
No,
There's
you
been
mean
3 versions.
you mean
with the
I can
Asian
see it.
female and
Yes, I
stuff.
can see her now. I can't remember
Yeah,
her
yeah,
name though.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because like Charlie's Angels, you had the original '70s version, then you had the Drew Barrymore one, and then you had the one that Kristen Stewart was in. So they've remade that twice. Oh,
Yeah.
just stop talking about weird stuff. The boss is in the building.
So I have a question for you guys. What's the worst punishment your parents ever
Oh,
given you?
oh.
It can be a beating. It can be taking something away from you. What's the worst punishment you got as a
Worst
kid?
was getting ready for an event. So you planned to go to an event Saturday night or something. You're ready. You're dressed. You're waiting. Guys pull up. You head to the door. See you later. You heading out?
You
Yeah. You remember the thing? Oh yeah. But you remember you were supposed to do the other thing, and
Oh
you didn't do the
no!
other thing. So you
Oh
can go and tell
damn!
you can go and tell
Oh
Barnes and the crew
no!
that you ain't heading out.
Oh, that soap opera last minute pull the
That
rug
was
type
the
shit.
worst. That was worse than anything else.
Oh,
That was worse than anything else.
oh. That's some
yeah.
calculated shit, pop.
I actually couldn't.
That's
No, I
some
couldn't sleep.
calculated
I
stuff.
couldn't sleep because I could just hear the music. I could hear the man enjoying himself. I could hear the DJ pulling up
Oh,
tracks. Like I was just saying, oh, in the house. Oh my days. That was it. That one. That one was the worst.
I got something just like that too.
Oh really?
We
Oh,
were
big up Barnes.
supposed
Everyone say big up to Barnes, man.
big up Barnes.
big up everyone, big up
Big
his
up the
chat.
boss.
Come on, man. Come
We
on.
were supposed to go to St. Winifred's school dance. I get ready. The fellas get there for me. The men come to the door.
You
I
looking
about
sharp?
to-
You looking sharp?
looking
You
sharp. About
Oh
to go through
man.
the door. And mom's like, "Where you going?" Was like, "I'm going out with the boys." And she's like, "But you ain't going nowhere though?" I
That's
was
tough.
like, "No." She's like, "Nah, you ain't going nowhere. Not tonight." I'm a teenager, no. So what you can say? I can't say nothing. What you can say? Had to tell the fellas enjoy themselves. Well, it pops. I ain't sleep that night neither.
Have a good time, man.
I hear the dub music playing all the old tunes in my head. Like I had a restless night that night. Yeah, that was probably the worst. That was worse than when I was young. And I do say I'm bad in nursery school. And my old man, the only time he ever beat me with a belt, the only time. And I couldn't sit down for a week.
Yeah, if I had to, yeah. Oh, that's pretty funny.
What the fuck? There's some crazy comments in here. There's some crazy comments in here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Man said his mom could curl shoes around his stairs. Whoa.
But they do have this ability. I don't know how. I don't know what type of training they do, but the way they fling that chancla, man, is crazy.
It is true. It is true.
Yeah, I think probably I'd have to go back a long time to when I was really young. Probably like my granny would have got me with a shankler, like you said, Angel, probably. But like my parents, like I think the worst thing for me was like when they got really angry at you and they just shout at you. And when you're young, you just can't take it when they're like shouting really close in proximity. And it kind of just shakes you to your core. And I think that was pretty much the worst I got, I think.
I remember for me was I think it was an elementary school or something or middle school at the time, and I was a clown, man. I didn't take school seriously. I was a class clown or whatever. Parents teacher conference comes and stuff, And
Hence your happy personality today, of course. Yeah, obviously.
parents conference comes in, and the teacher goes in. You know what I mean? Hey, this guy doesn't do work.
Hey.
He's a class clown and stuff, and all this stuff or whatever. And my dad said, "Okay, no problem." So we're done with the conference. We're going in the middle of the hall. All the parents are waiting. All the kids. I say what's up or whatever. My dad slapped the shit out of me in front of everybody.
Fuck off now. Fuck off now.
Like,
Can't happen like that.
like,
Fist
Clown
you
up
up.
now, bitch.
Man, I fist you
Clown
up
up
in a
now.
dog.
it,
Jeez,
it was
nasty.
it was caught it was like caught off guard.
Boom.
Like I'm like, yo, like,
Yo, Chris, you done it sneakily, bro. He was so smart the way he done it, right?
yeah,
Like the Undertaker.
yeah, crazy. But it was so hard that I started grabbing my face like I was some type of female and stuff. Like I was so
He
pressed.
done it in the public. He done it in
I
the
was so
public, yeah,
I
in
was
front
like,
of all the kids, right?
yeah,
You know
all
what
the
I mean?
kids, man. The next day, man, I had to hold that the next day at school, man.
Oh, you get pure
Yeah,
pressure, bro. The kids are pure pressure.
Not pure
Chris,
pressure, but I had to hold the lick, man. I had to hold the lick, man.
yeah. You're Chris. Like, how did you? How
Yeah,
long
but
did you trend after that day? You
No,
yeah,
like
but
trended
he
for how
told
long?
everybody else's kid. He told everybody else's kid that their dad can slap them up. So
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The biggest kid in the school, their
it
dad
doesn't
can
happen.
slap
Yeah,
them up. So just because
Bonds,
this
you
is
know.
someone else,
Big up Bonds, man.
your dad did all those other kids' dads a favor by just slapping you up in the hall in front of everybody.
Harvey, man. Is your dad the cool guy
That's some,
at home,
that's some
though,
proper
Chris?
parenting, man.
So then let
But
Was
me
it
ask
a
what did
few?
you? But so what did you do? Sorry, and I hope I'm not being too rude here because you did mention this on stream yourself earlier on, Chris. What was your reaction to finding out that you raised a little Sicario yourself today, who's going to choke people out at school?
so people that don't know and stuff. So the
Yeah,
reason why
people that don't know, you might be a YouTube EU video up, like school attempted murder.
so what happened was the reason why I was late is because I got a call from school and stuff. So I had to go in or whatever.
Is that school again?
Yes, this we've got round two.
Yeah,
This got
school
round
again,
two.
you know.
So apparently my son had my youngest actually had an altercation in school and stuff, and apparently he
He
choked the kid
choked the
out.
bitch out. Yeah, he choked the bitch out,
He
basically.
choked the kid out, and I'm like, okay, but which is kind of annoying because like I don't understand the school system, and we can probably touch on that a little bit and stuff like. So apparently my son's been acting out for the whole week, right? Apparently. So I'm like, why am I just hearing this now? It's been a week. Like how in the right mind can I go discipline him if he's been getting away with it for a week? You know what I mean? He's 7. What is he gonna remember what happened on Monday and stuff?
Yeah.
You're firm bad behavior for like 5 days, and then you tell the
You
parent
know what I mean?
afterwards. Yeah.
So now when it gets out of hand, now you want to come and you want my help now because you thought for the past week you can handle it, but you couldn't handle it and stuff.
Yeah, but
So
Chris, what if your kid like was right to beat up that
no,
particular
exactly.
kid?
So this is where I'm going with it now and stuff.
Yeah.
So I go and I pick him up and stuff. He knows he did something wrong, so he's quiet and stuff. But usually when I pick him up, he like runs to me and jumps on me and stuff. He didn't do it today. He had his head down. He was walking to me and stuff. We got in the car or whatever. And I'm
Sad
like,
dog.
what's up? He's like, oh, nothing. Everything's okay. I'm like, oh, really? Come
What
inside.
am I here, bitch?
Come on,
It's
let's go
gonna be
inside.
all right.
Come inside. And I told him, hey, what's good with you? Like, what's going on and stuff or whatever. He's like, oh, I said I was sorry and stuff and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, what led to that point, though? Like, I'm all for defending yourself. I am for all for that and stuff. But you got to tell me just how you got to break it down for me what led to this. Because if you're out there choking people up, I'm about to choke you out right now and stuff. Type thing. Like, that's not the way to do it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're going to defend yourself, then okay, cool. And stuff. And then he pretty much explained in his own words and stuff, because he's still 7 and stuff. In his own words, the kid was picking on him. He was telling him to stop. He wasn't listening. The teacher was busy and stuff like that, so he couldn't really bother her about it. He just took care of it in his own way. So
matters into his own hands, man.
you know what I mean? So and that's the way I see it too. In life is like words can only do so much. And sometimes you have to sometimes unfortunately the way life is, people need a beating.
Exactly. Who don't hear must feel, you know. That's what we say.
Say it again, Mineral. Say it again for the people in the back.
Who don't hear must feel, you know.
Exactly. Thank you.
It's true. It's funny with that comment with that Lenny Mack said with his dad, the one said nothing. My old man, right? When you're doing something and you going over that line, all he had to do is to give you a stare. That's
his face.
And you instantly sit, listen, I ain't even stepping a foot more. I just backing back and I humbling and stop doing because you know what coming after. That's all he got to do.
Oh, wait, no. Bars, to touch on that, right? There was one time, I don't know what got to me and stuff, right? One time. My grandmother, I don't know what is that. My grandma was beating on me, but this was bad. Like, she was going over the top and stuff. And I grabbed the belt to defend myself. I just grabbed it. It stopped. She gave me a look. She's like, "Oh, okay, no problem." I'm sleeping. My dad, it was like midnight, grabbed me up from bed. Oh my god.
Yo, cry tough.
I just grabbed the belt just to like protect myself, but I messed up. I guess no one gave me the advice and stuff. You know what I mean? I just
you don't know if you think that's bad, bro. You don't know the African parents thing, bro. Like me, you know what I'm saying?
I can ask everyone in here a question. What is something you did when you were younger at home? You thought you would have got in trouble and you got away with it.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I can give you mine.
Okay.
Back in the day, people got trading cards that they have now. It's either for sports or wherever the case may be. Any of you guys remember the TV show Knight Rider?
Of course, man. We talking about classic.
No, bro.
I have to do some research. Give me 1 second.
David Hasselhoff and a black car called Kit. Okay.
2000, man. Come on.
Yeah, and Kit used to talk to you. So
what was it? A show or a movie?
It was a TV show. It was a
TV show. David Hasselhoff.
Chris, you can just sit this one out, Chris, because if you don't have that face, level of knowledge, if you're Googling Knight Rider, pops. If you're Googling Knight Rider, you're at the game.
Yeah, it came out in 1982. I wasn't even thought of that and stuff.
Yeah, so
shows run for a long time, Chris.
No, it can't. Barnes is the same age as my pops, if that's the case.
So they bring out these trading cards. They came in packets, and it was series 1 to 100, and they had a book that was part of these trading cards. So when you get the cards, you would stick it into this book, right? And it came with a piece of chewing gum in these books. So my old man bought me the boxes, like the whole box with all the different packs in it. And I would tear them open and try to get the whole book. I was missing one card, number 99. I can remember clear as day. I open a pack and pull out the cards and I start going through. And number 99 in this pack. My oldest sister took the card and tore it up in front of me.
Oh, hell no.
My dad was sitting in the chair in the same room.
Watching it.
I got so mad. I grabbed her hand and grabbed her finger and snapped it.
In half.
In front of my old man. She started calling. My dad, she looked at my dad, and my dad looked at her and says, "You deserve that. You provoked him. You had no right to tear that card up for no reason." I broke her finger. Man. I snapped her finger right here. Snapped it. Got away with it. Ain't get punished. Nothing,
you know. Real bad man. Yes, sir.
Well, Barnes was a savage even back then, man. Jeez.
Well,
but
Barnes in a general.
you know the funny thing
Yeah.
too. I could never
Like
do
I can pay extra for the membership if you want, Barnes. I mean, I can bump it up to 10 a week, and 100 a month, whatever it takes to keep you happy, man. If you're
No, but
chill,
This was
you know the funny thing too. I could never do that just for the fact that there was like a precedent in the household was that when my sister
can't
made
touch woman.
when my sister made a mistake, she wouldn't get in trouble. I would get beaten for it. I couldn't have straight A's or something, and she would have like a D. It's my fault. Beaten. It was crazy.
We're supposed to tutor her as well.
Crazy. Nah, that's not my job. But for some reason, he was the girl in the house. So
Yeah,
Well, to be a tutor.
Barnes went on mob boss on his sister,
Yeah.
man.
yeah.
Yo, Chris, bro.
What's up?
At home, at your crib, was your dad like the good cop, or was he like the bad cop in a sense?
No, I
as
think
in-
Barnes was the bad cop, man. I think we've already established that Barnes was the bad cop.
I'm not talking about Barnes. I'm talking about
Oh,
Yeah,
your dad, Chris.
yeah. I don't know. Like to be honest, I think he was just fair. I just think I was just a bad kid growing up. To be honest,
Mm.
I like when you really like the moment, like, and you'll get there one day, hopefully, and stuff like that. But the moment you have kids, the world changes for you. Your perspective changes.
Facts.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a game
as a
changer.
as a kid growing up, right? You sit there and you say, "Oh, they were harsh or whatever." But when you have kids on your own and they start giving you headaches and they start not listening, you sit back and you wonder, like, "Damn, life hits you, and that's the way it is." So
Life hits
Yeah.
you like I was saying, Chris. Like, was your mom lenient with you, or
my mom wasn't around and stuff growing up.
oh, sorry.
No,
And- and-
But like,
Barnes on that question, because I wanted to pitch in with that question you asked. So I think the one thing I got away with, because I wasn't really a bad kid like Angel apparently. So
what was the need? There was no need for that. There was no need for that. You could have just said,
you
told you.
outed yourself, man. You outed yourself. Well, what do you expect? me to
listen,
do?
No, but
listen.
you know,
Yeah, I was the worst kid on this panel to keep you guys nice.
You were the worst
Barnes,
kid?
go ahead,
Yes.
John. Go ahead, John.
Barnes, so what I did was I was playing football in a place I shouldn't be playing football. I lived in like a community of like tower blocks, and we were playing around, and I kicked the ball through a window, and we all ran away, went home. No, I don't think anybody found out. No, like I don't know if the person wasn't home or something, but nothing ever got done about it. Didn't hear from my parents about it.
Hey,
Just got
that's
free.
gangster shit, man.
Never heard
Pops,
about that again.
you got anything that you ever got away with, and like that? Anything?
Yeah,
Pops
yeah,
is
yeah. I was jamming ball in the house. So I used to play football everywhere with anything. Anything you can kick, I used to kick it. So I had a sponge. I had a sponge football. I was solid. I used to practice.
Yes, sponge football.
Yes. City,
Sponge football, you know.
do not
Yeah.
kick the football in the house. So I in the house juggling, and I flicked it up and hit a bicycle. Bang! Go!
Ooh,
Then I heard
Rivaldo, yeah?
"Bling," and I said, "Oh my god!" There was a vase that was on one of the side tables in the house. I knocked off. I said, "Oh God, I'm dead. I'm dead, dead, dead." So watch me now. We're going for the super glue.
I did exactly the same thing, man. I done exactly the same thing.
Turned it in a specific position and slipped it back in and said, "All right,
Yeah.
you can't see this damage unless you move it."
I get away with this.
It was there for a while, right? But what I did was I actually put it sort of a little bit forward so that I could get somebody to inadvertently knock it over. So it gets knocked over now, and I run coming. Oh my God! Look at this! How did that happen?
Yo, Pops, you're a boss, you know.
Don't
40 chest.
Don't mess with Pops when he'll set you up, man, like that, man.
That was my best
Listen.
one. That was my best one. For
Listen.
real.
4D chess with Pops. I did exactly the same thing, Pops. I did
This is
exactly the same thing.
this is what I done, yeah. This is
But
what
with
I
a
done.
crystal,
Why not?
I did it with a crystal lamp. But it was a crystal lamp that was made for him. But I did literally exactly the same thing. But I didn't have the cleverness to think of setting someone else up to knock it over.
Yeah.
I
Great,
really
man.
Because
Absolutely great,
at
man.
some point, somebody's gonna pick it up and clean it, right?
Yeah.
And go all the way around.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, all right, I need to get this rebroken before
Yeah.
we get to that point in time.
No, I was caught Beijing Barnes. I'll tell you, my one. Do you remember the Public Enemy craze
Oh yeah.
back in the 80s, where it was all about Mercedes car signs and VW car signs, the Beastie Boys? It was all about car emblems. Yeah, right. So that was like the big thing, and I wasn't really into hip hop or anything, but like this is like kind of a kid in the 80s, and yeah, so I used to sneak out at night. Now, basically, my dad had a garage, right? So he always had loads of cars. He used to repaint cars and fix crash cars. So I'm obsessed with cars anyway, right? But so we used to sneak out around and we used to pop the emblems off the cars.
Yeah.
And I used to do it myself. I go for the VWs. Yeah, like off the. Yeah, man. I was doing that, like, and I was going off. I was like a right little sneaking out at night time, and a little screwdriver and popping them off. And so anyway, this one night, me and one of my best friends, we both decided to sneak out one night. So you were talking about getting away with stuff, right?
Yeah.
So we're only about 14, and we snuck out at like 1:30 in the morning, which was crazy shit, right? At that, like, yeah, it was really bad, right? So we were down in the middle of town and we were popping emblems all over the place. I had about 14 of things. He had about 10 of them, right? We were a lot of crime spree, right? Next thing you know, get a bit too cocky. Some guard, like a police guy walking down the street, like the one guy in Waterford sees us. He's going, "What are you doing here?" "I'm walking ye home." So I start hanging back, and he's talking to like, I'm dumping car emblems all over the place. I'm throwing them in bins. I'm doing all this, getting rid of everything. We get back up to the house, right? We get caught for it, basically, right? Because I'm staying at my friend's house. Now, my friend, like what you're talking about, he got a whooping, as it were. He got a proper whooping off his mum and his dad.
Oh
Now, and his
no!
dad.
What a no! What a
His dad
no!
then comes down to me. His dad then comes to me. I'm going to bring you home in the morning, right? And I'm going to tell your dad exactly what you'll be doing. I'm going to tell him everything. And I'm like, you bastard, right? So he drops me off, leaves me at home, and I'm like, right, I can either tell him myself or wait for this guy to tell him. So I told him myself, and he never told him. So I could have totally gotten away with it. I could have totally gotten away with it, but I stressed myself up because he double bluffed me into telling my parents what I'd done. But I didn't get a whooping, and I mean, he made me. And this is weird when I think back about it. He actually made me wait outside when he went in and basically slapped the crap out of my best. And we were only at 14, and he gave him a whooping. And it was like, wow, okay, that was weird.
Oh,
But yeah, I
pause.
thought I was going to get away with it, and then he twisted my brain, and then I could have gotten away with it. But yeah, we were out in the middle of town, man, popping VW emblems and Mercedes emblems and BMW emblems, all to like copy Public Enemy. Going, this is the coolest thing ever. Yeah, because that was such a big thing then, man. Such a big thing because they used to make it out of metal. But yeah,
Listen,
idiot teenagers, man, idiots.
yeah, listen. Me have a funny story, you know. Let me tell man something, yeah.
Yeah.
Like one time, yeah. What's it called? My aunt who came from France.
Hey, fuck you, Lenny Mac. By the way, sorry, I didn't mean it. Hey, just
Listen.
yeah,
Let me
all
land the
right,
minerals,
fair
yeah.
enough.
Let's have it
All right.
right, bro. Let me land the damn minerals, yeah. Listen.
Yeah.
Listen, my aunt who came from France, she had every chocolate under the sun. You know what I'm saying? I know, yeah. And my mom usually hides chocolates from us and stuff like that. I snuck, I snuck in her room, in her room, and
Uh-oh.
and found where she hid them. Yeah,
Oh boy.
and I was
All right.
eating. and I was eating all like most of the chocolates whilst hiding, yeah. And she hid it under her bed, yeah. And my mom had just entered the room while she was doing her makeup and all. She was looking around everywhere.
Should we be recording this?
Looking around. She was looking around everywhere. At that time, I was like 4 foot. She couldn't really see me. Like I painted myself in like full charcoal. Yeah, I'm saying.
We should definitely be recording.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And luckily she left, and I was eating them like calmly, and nothing happened. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Listen, I got even wilder one.
I got a question as well after you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I got a question as well. But go ahead.
so
I have lots of questions. But anyway,
secondary school, pops. I went to Grenada Easter break. You know, we get usually 3 weeks off for Easter, right? I went to Grenada, went to see my cousins out there, came back to Barbados. And when I came back to Barbados, I came back with, you know, they had them sulfur sticks that were light on a matchbox, and they would start to fizz, and when you throw them, they would explode like a sort of a bomb, right? You call them scratch bombs.
Yeah.
I carry one to secondary school one day. School busting, like noisy, early morning. First bell and ring yet, nothing. And I says, you know what? Let me see what's gonna happen here. I pull out one of these scratch bombs, take the match, light it. Right by the pasture, just brisk walk across the other side of the school to the opposite side and stood up in our usual hangout spot. And it went off. The entire school went quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Teachers are like, I am not working in these conditions. They're calling police, all sort of thing. Headmistress gather me and all the guys I usually hang out with and got all the way in a room, call the parents down. My man, we deny this all day long. You know we get away with it, and they couldn't put it on none of us. It's only until I get later on in life, and my mom defended me hard, you know. Later on in life, I look at mom and says, you remember that situation? She's like, yeah. I said, I did do it, you know. And she says, you do what? I says, yep. Be the guiltiest charge. Guiltiest charge. By the big man then at that point in time, right? So I was like, yeah, I may as well just tell mom no. No, not when it was in school. My mom was shut down in school, my man, with a scrap bomb. When it was, oh, you mischief? Bro, you didn't want to see me, bro. You trust me.
Burn. Listen. I was usually sent, yeah, in like correctional places as a youngin, bro.
You?
Yes.
Gee.
Well,
I do stuff, but I never get caught.
If we're going to another question, my other one was if any of you guys have any like near-death experiences, because I've got a couple that I'll start off with.
Oh
that,
yeah, I do.
I had one.
Like for example, let me see which one was first. Well, I think the one that was first for me was I was coming back from school and I just was crossing the road, but I was doing a dumb thing. I was a kid. You cross the road while the light is. You didn't click the light to go red. You cross because it's not a busy road. And I got to the halfway point, and I just completely blacked out. But I was still standing. I went somewhere. I don't know what. And literally, I came back in the middle of the road, and there was a car
John,
coming at me.
You were smoking that tree or something? What was good with you? You were high?
You're smoking
I don't know
yeah?
what happened. Honestly,
Billion
Yeah,
liquor
icy pollen,
yeah?
icy pollen, man.
Literally, I came back, and the car was coming at me like 80 miles an hour, like 100 miles an hour.
Jesus.
And it was like, I'd say like halfway down the road, and I literally dived forward and it run over my ankle.
Oh, damn.
My ankle absolutely fine, but
Your ankle was fine.
my ankle was fine. Didn't even have to go in for anything. Just went over it. And
What is the
Mine
dog?
is, mine is, I was
Where's the duck?
surfing down in Bathsheba. Waves was big, at least 8 feet that day. Pops know where you're talking about. So this is the east coast of Barbados now. Big monster waves, like monster
on the East Coast. Is it
on the
big
east
waves?
coast of Barbados.
Okay.
Atlantic side. That's the
Yeah,
Atlantic.
and let me tell you, waves is big. I drop in a wave, and the wave close out, and it bomb me out. So then I hit the water, the wave bomb out, and it pushed me down to the reef. Right? I was trying to break surface. I had to be under for at least a minute and a half. I could not get through this white water and this current to get up to the top. I was running out of air. Literally, the last second I get to the top and finally catch a breath. So I was very close to drowning. Very, very close. That was my closest. Still went back the week after though.
I guess
Yeah,
I'll go.
you must. You must.
I guess I'll go next. I actually have multiple and stuff. I guess the most civil one, I guess, was training and stuff. So I was in training school to become a raider and stuff, military. And one of the phases is week 6. It's aquatic training, and they tie you up and they throw you in a pool. The pool's deep. It's a deep pool and stuff. They tie you up, and you're supposed to, once you hit the bottom, you're supposed to untangle yourself. And yeah, I wasn't really good at it and stuff, obviously.
You couldn't wear tubas. You couldn't wear tuba masks, so no.
No. And I blacked out and stuff. And yeah, that's and
It pulled you out.
I thought that was TV. I didn't know that was real. I've seen that
No,
on movies and stuff. I thought that was just TV. I didn't know that was
back in the
real
day,
thing.
Pops, back in the day, they definitely did stuff like that, Pops, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Like some of those like weird, like horrible ass things that like
or
could
when I was
go
in,
wrong like that, yeah.
when I was in when I was in Bahrain and stuff, it was late at night. We were drunk and stuff like that or whatever. And we started walking and stuff in the desert. Ask me where we walked to and stuff. A live minefield.
What's that?
Oh,
What's
God,
the animal called?
No, it's not an animal. I walked into a live minefield.
Minefield.
Ooh, minefield.
Mine, yeah.
Yeah, minefield. Yeah, I know.
Damn.
Yep. So I've been through it and stuff. So.
Yeah, Angel. Like when you were talking, I just remember I had a third. Like Jesus Christ, man! I'm like, I'm nearly dying all the time.
Yeah, like
one of my ones are simple. I'll try to go through them quick. One was I lived on a really big hill that was like massive. Went like way, it would be like a giant hill. I rode my bicycle down right to the bottom, and my brakes didn't work. Literally flew into some stinging nettles. And if the stinging nails weren't there, right off the cliff, I would have died. I would have probably broke everything in my body.
Yeah, I have a bike story too. Like it was when I was a kid. I was riding a bike. I was learning how to ride a bike as a kid, and for some reason I'm riding and I go into the freeway and stuff, which I don't know what the hell was I thinking. It wasn't a freeway. It was kind of like the cars are going very fast and stuff, and I hit the brake. I hit the brake so hard that I ended up doing a wheelie up front.
Oh yeah.
I ended up flying forward, and I still have the scar until this day. But I have a big ass scar here. Like
so you hit the handlebars. We're here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Endo, man. You went up like this. Endo. Yeah. Pops, you got any? You had any or no?
I was swimming with the sharks, man.
I had a body surfing one. I was surfing too, but I was body surfing and got caught by a wave. My feet ended up bent over my back next to my ears.
Ladies,
What are you doing? You were doing the scorpion kick?
They did the
Essentially,
scorpion
yeah.
kicks, yeah.
So much like Barnes Robin is when you crash, the sea grabs you and pulls you back in.
Yeah.
And as you try to get up again, you got another wave that crashing on you again. So you get
Top.
pulled back in, slammed, pull back in, slammed, and at some
Again.
point you start to say, all right, you could feel the sand in your ears, in your eyes, in your mouth, and you're trying to breathe, and it's seawater coming in, so you're just you're trying to exhale, and then you're saying this, all right. The third time that I got hit, I said, yeah, that's it, man. I'm dead. Nah, I'm done. I'm done. I honestly figured
how old are you, Pops? You were a
I
kid or?
yeah, I was probably about 11.
Oh, dang, that's tough.
Yeah,
I
that's
used to go to the
tough.
beach every week. It spit me out. I dragged
Listen,
myself
this
at the
is one of
beach.
my first
Looked
experiences.
around and realized that it was still life. I said, all right, I'm not telling anyone the story because if I do, I'll never be allowed back to the beach. But
Listen, this is the first one.
Ooh,
First one, yeah.
Oh my god.
Kenobi, what the hell?
Damn! Oh my god.
What? Yo.
You're savage.
Yeah, Kenobi, man.
This
Hey,
was a
yo, pause everything.
that actually was
Listen,
a serious thing at a point in time where there were people who had killed. I think there was a guy who killed his neighbor or
wrestling
something,
moves.
doing some sort of rustling move
Oh,
through
really?
the table. Yeah, he had killed his neighbor through the table or some nonsense.
Yeah.
I remember Pops
Oh,
Oh yeah,
was doing like
people were
wrestling moves on the
tombstoning.
beach.
Yeah, people were tombstoning people on their like
yeah,
kitchen floor.
Pops, Bonds, yeah. Brian, listen,
Oh,
this is my stories. The first one is I got stabbed in the eye, and I was a few minutes from dying because I was involved in gangs and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That's the first one. The
Damn.
second one, I got shot twice. I got shot like 3 times. Like once in like the
Wait,
arm,
minerals.
and
You say you're a teenager still?
yeah, you don't know. I went to university, bro.
Wow. So hold on. So after that second one you just talk about, that's what changed your life, right? Or you
Yeah,
went back again?
that's what changed my life, bro. I got shot 3 times, and
Wow.
Wow.
I and one bullet glazed my brain, bro.
Jeez.
People
By the way,
don't hang out with bad company. These are the things that's happened.
Yeah.
by the way, Pops, when you were saying your story, the last one was similar to yours, but mine was I was literally on the shore and there was a wave that was like 20 feet tall. It was absolutely massive. I'd never seen a wave in that beach that tall. I literally, like with friends, jumped into it and I woke up on the beach and I didn't know how much time passed. I just woke up. I was like, I didn't, yeah.
I remember when I was a kid too. I was in the beach, right? But it was I was walking by like close to the water and stuff, and like I didn't realize a wave was coming, but a wave came, hit me, and dragged me in the ocean and shit. I didn't know how to swim at the time. People had to come and save me and stuff as a kid.
Yeah, that was peak still.
Yeah,
But Bonds,
I
but
glad that
Bonds,
you went out on you wake up from that life and change. I applaud you for that. Good for that.
Otherwise, you won't be on this call.
It's true.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was I wouldn't be. But listen, Bonds, have you ever been stabbed or anything like that in your life?
Nah.
fuck no, man. We don't have
Nah.
no. Look, we're lucky where I live, man. I know it's a
Nah.
problem where a lot of people in England, but
Sometimes, yeah.
people don't carry
Sometimes when I
knives.
entered the life of gangster, one thing that never left me was I lived by my gun and died by my sword and stuff like that.
Something's just not worth it, bro. I can be real with you.
Yeah.
It's just, you know what I mean? Life too short. It's them things like for me, I never gained that sort of stuff. That's the truth. I always try to keep myself on a straight and narrow. I might have been mischievous, but small little mischievous stuff. I ain't gonna tell you I ain't a tough dude because I am, but I just never get into that sort of crowd. I know a lot of my friends that got into that crowd, but it just wasn't for me. Plus, I had my daughter when I was very young, so that was
Oh,
a good.
you were a young dad, right?
I had my daughter at 20. Big up to Dakota.
Big up Dakota.
Big up,
the-
big up.
Wait,
You still, man.
wait, Bonds, you know.
the first
Hey,
lady.
Bonds. So you're probably in your 50s right now, same
Not
as
yet.
my dad.
Easy minerals, easy minerals,
Easy, easy, easy.
I'm joking. Still.
Minerals, careful. You might not have enough fingers for the offenses you're doing right now.
Yeah, Barnes, I gotta take you back in the episode tonight. I heard Brian check it. Were you on earlier when K-Mac made the comment about Trent and Mo or no?
Yeah, Brian shut it. Brian shut it down.
Were you
though.
listening?
Nah, I wasn't
Oh,
here.
but Barnes wasn't here.
Yeah, Brian shut it down. though.
K-Mac
wait,
effectively asked if Trent and Mo not being here was a blessing. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Came on. You call it?
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
on for a while. Yeah.
And he said what?
Mind you, 12
said
man was
no.
all right, and 12 man took the camera off when K-Mac asked the
Yeah.
question.
If it was a blessing in disguise that Salah and
Nah,
Trent
he didn't even
weren't,
say disguise. Did he say disguise?
a blessing, not it was just a blessing, a straight
No,
up
it wasn't
blessing.
disguise.
blessing.
It was just a blessing.
He just said
It
blessing.
was just blessing. It was just
Okay.
blessing. Because I listened
No,
carefully. He said he
He's
didn't
blessing-
even
blessing
say
in
in
disguise.
disguise.
Blessing in
He said in disguise?
Yeah.
You sure?
That Mo and Trent was not where at Luton game?
We're
The
not
thing-
fit or something.
Not fit going forward.
In my head,
Not
I was
fit
thinking to
going forward.
myself, what we doing? And when Brian said, "Oh yeah, let's shut this down," I said, "All right, thank you, Laszlo," because I was outside doing something with the car, right? And I was saying, I can stop and run inside,
I think
jump
he's
out,
right,
and
though.
shut this down immediately.
Do you think that Conor Bradley brings more balance to Liverpool than Trent? Because Conor Bradley is better defensively.
It doesn't matter.
I like both players.
There's no team in any sport that gets better when your best players are not available.
Agreed.
None.
Agreed.
Not in a team.
Absolutely
There's
get
no
what
team
Trent
sport.
offers, but like, don't you feel like Conor Bradley brings more balance to your defense?
Conor Bradley is a better defender, but Trent is still
Trent is still
Trent out of
Trent.
Trent is Trent.
Is still Trent.
Trent's just a better player.
Yes.
Overall, in 99% of all aspects, yeah, just better player.
Yeah. Conor Bradley is very good defensively, but Trent is just a better player. He's just offensively gifted.
Conor Bradley didn't play against Arsenal, right? And you lost. And Trent played.
That's right.
Yeah, but Trent was injured.
Trent was injured. He was injured. He wasn't full 100%
when he played in that game. And that's the point I wanted to make, because there was a whole lot of discussion around it. And I was saying, well,
to be honest,
Trent only plays because Conor Bradley didn't. Joey
Exactly.
G was on the left-hand side because Robbo wasn't ready yet either. So you forced Trent back into a situation where the knee was still heavily strapped. And you could see Trent wasn't ready for that match.
Yeah, you could see it. No question sorry, John, is Moore and Darwin available for Sunday?
Late fitness tests for both of them, right up until about an hour before the game. Apparently.
Yeah, it's leaning that way, but it could still be no. Yeah.
Apparently, 4 hours ago, Paul Joyce said most of the Darwin units both still remain doubt to play on Sunday. Paul Joyce, 4 hours ago.
No Salah, no party, eh? You know what I mean?
I ain't fast, to be honest, though.
We still winning that game.
Barnes, they were spotted in training.
Don't underestimate Chelsea, bro. Chelsea are cooking. Chelsea have been cooking, Barnes.
We still
they drew to Man City. You know what I mean?
Still beating them, bro. They're challenged when it comes to scoring goals.
But it ain't even underestimating. Like, we're just confident in ourselves. We just think we're gonna win. Like,
we got a better team,
Minerals.
It isn't a diss to Chelsea. It's just looking at our team and saying, I'm all right with running it back again.
You're better, but it's not gonna be easy, bro.
No, I ain't saying
it's easy though. It's a final. Why should it be easy?
Final. It should be a
Shouldn't be
scrappy
easy.
final, but I
Shouldn't be
still think
easy.
we come on top.
Exactly.
Y'all will hear my score prediction tomorrow in the preview show. Join the Bajanreds for the preview show tomorrow.
I don't. The thing is, as good as Liverpool. The thing is, my gripe with Liverpool is you need Salah though. If you
No, we
want,
don't.
if you want that one chance to fall to someone, like it's gonna be tight on Sunday, and the game could be decided by a good chance. And you
Listen,
want
let's
Salah to
be
finish it.
honest. Both teams has injuries. They have injuries to key players. We got injuries to key players. It's who want it more on Sunday. And for me,
Who do you support, Minerals,
quality
by
is
the way,
better.
just in case?
Arsenal,
This is
Arsenal,
not-
Arsenal,
Oh,
Arsenal.
Arsenal. Okay.
Yeah. Liverpool is just for overall quality is just better than Chelsea. Chelsea's in 10th place. I don't care how much people say they're cooking right now because they drew City. They should have won that game, but they didn't. But also, we have to remember Liverpool still has one of the best defensive teams in the league. And Chelsea has a hard time scoring. You telling me Nicholas Jackson, Action Jackson, can get past our back line?
Or Raheem the Dream. You know what I mean?
Nah, come on, man. Raheem Steele get Sterling get body check and he go fine.
Barnes, you not heard from Minerals fan base. Our defense is overrated. We're Allison FC. That's what they've been saying.
Oh, so
Really?
the best defense is what?
Yeah.
Arsenal.
Yeah, they're just they're basically saying that our defense is rubbish. They're just trying to discredit us because they don't like that we're above them. So they won't admit like that we're good. Like
Arsenal gonna drop points this weekend, John. No, there ain't no doubt about it. They're gonna draw with Newcastle. You watch and see. Telling you right now.
No.
They're gonna draw with
Mystic Bonds
Newcastle.
again.
And then the
Minerals
fan
laughing,
base gonna
Minerals
go.
laughing.
The fan base gonna go crazy.
I hope we don't.
You hope you
For
don't
my
see what I mean?
sanity.
You don't
If
even.
they
I
drop-
hope we don't drop points
If they
for
drop
my
points
sanity
against
because
Chelsea, yeah, boy, it can be full meltdown on AFTV, right?
Yeah, 100%.
yeah.
Minerals, this is what you gotta tell you. Look, this is what I gotta tell you on Sunday. Watch when y'all draw this game.
Peter, make me come out of rain. Peter, come out of rain. You see that get bad. Peter, we have a blood clot, Peter, you nearly dead.
Split, you know. Listen, if you drop points
that was me
on
that was
Sunday,
me,
then
that was me and
I'm
Pops
finished.
that was me and Pops getting killed by the ocean. That was
Lol. Listen, but Pops, yeah, I'm finished if we drop points. If we drop points on Sunday, like I was
dropping
finished on
points, bro.
Wednesday.
Nah, I ain't finished. Points got to be
Barnes.
dropped. Points
Barnes,
will be dropped between now and the end of the season.
I want Bruno G to steal that cameraman's camera and doing that meme against
100%.
Oh no! Oh no, man!
Listen, and when they drop points, this can be Guna Lee.
Hey, Gunali, you know, he's a goat, man.
Guna Lee shameless. Minerals, we can bring you over to Liverpool. Look, we can bring you over to Liverpool. You can just stop supporting Arsenal.
No, you don't.
My godfather supports Liverpool, so yeah.
So come on over, because your team ain't winning not in no time soon. Let me just put it that way. None.
3-1, bro. 3-1, bro.
3-1 what? 3-1 for who? Against Newcastle.
For me. No, for me. 3-1 when we beat you, bro. 3-1, man.
We gifted you to so that was your cup final, right? That was your cup final. Because you know you're winning no trophies again this season. None. 0.
Oh, Bonds, man.
And
Bonds, you're evil, bro.
Listen, Mark Minerals, look, I gonna cook you now. You think next week you getting up the Champions League round of 16.
Yeah. Yes.
Pops.
Tell him yes, Minerals. Tell him yes.
He can't tell
Yeah,
me
man.
yes because he ain't confident. Because you know what?
Who gets through, man? Who beats Porto, bro? You know what I mean?
Yes,
They
You
can't
will
step
beat
on
Porto.
it.
Mark my words, Mineral. Porto is going to put a stinky low block on you, and you can't get nothing past them.
Nah,
They make you
Bob,
play like a 5-4-1 against you.
Pepe is coming out with his
Yeah.
He's coming out, man. He's
Oh
popping
no.
the Arsenal players.
Hey,
Mark my words. That could be a stinky 0-0
make sure you
draw
beat
or
Chelsea,
1-1
bro.
draw.
Make sure you beat Chelsea, bro.
Nah,
We
they,
beat Chelsea. Don't worry about that.
they
We
got to
beat
turn up at
Chelsea.
home, man. Arsenal got to turn
They
up
going
at
to
home.
turn
Come
up
on, man.
because Pops Porto is going to sit back and be so defensive
Pepe.
and
Pepe is
hoof
gonna
ball
play in his prime
midfield.
if that's the case.
Pops, they
Prime
better turn
Pepe,
up
yeah.
because Arteta hasn't won a home knockout stage in since he's been there in Europe.
Arsenal has not been out the round of 16 since 2005. It was.
Now
It's a
since
long-
2009.
There you go.
Yeah,
Still a long time since the
Yeah, but
round
they
of
haven't
16
been
he hasn't
they haven't
gone
been in the
past.
Champions League for 7 years, and then I think it was 7 years in a row that they went only wrong with 16 or 6 years or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Minerals.
It's gonna be the time,
watch
man.
and
It's gonna
see
be
how
the time.
Porto is going to play you on next week.
Nah,
It
this
can be
gonna
so
be
no.
the time, man.
stinky. That
It's gonna
you
be
can
stinky. It's gonna be Harambo. I absolutely get it.
They
We
can
got Sparta
they
Prague,
can-
so
They
we
can
got
sit back,
Sparta Prague.
and every ball that come in, they can hoof back up to your end, and you can come again, and they can stop and hoof it right back up. The game can be y'all gonna be pulling your hair out, eyeballs out, nose hairs out, everything, and then everybody can go mental when y'all draw that game and you're out the Champions League. Mark my words.
I'll be more finished if we're knocked out too.
You can get knocked out, so just prepare yourself. I just give
You gotta
you
win that game.
forewarning.
Nah, they ain't gonna win that
To-
game, man. Come on,
To
man.
be fair to Minerals, at least he's not using the excuses I've been hearing, like the ball boy and the referee.
Dawood. That Dawood guy, he's hilarious, isn't he?
Arsenal can get Arsenal
The
lose,
ball
and then
boy.
the FTV can go
Come on,
crazy.
John, man.
Yeah, oh,
What we
boy, you know.
Yeah, he without giving the
My
ball
fan
quick
base
enough,
is
man.
cooked, bro.
Yeah.
Like my fan base is one of the worst, man. Jeez.
Listen, I keeping quiet. I just sitting back. I waiting because I got some ammunition for Guna Lee. Me and him, I don't know if you know Minerals, but me and Guna Lee been going like this since last year.
Since last season, you know. Man
I cook him.
remembers.
I told him 0 for 4. You're saying you're gonna win the league, you ain't winning nothing. And this season, 0 for 4 again. You ain't winning nothing again this year. Nothing. 0. You need a better coach in Arteta, and you need some better players. Just ain't gonna happen. You got no striker, none. And Saka, if he is scoring penalties, he don't really score.
Pops, you know Julian from AFTV, he called him Burnley. He called him Sean Dyche.
Yeah,
Burnley.
because
Yeah,
You know how
Julian.
disrespectful that is, man.
listen, John, that is exactly what they're going to do. Is Sean Dyche Burnley is what Porto is going to come to Emirates and do next week.
That's what they'll do. They'll stink out, man.
Anyway, it can be stinky, stinky, stinky. You remember when we used to play Pops Burnley with Sean Dyche and how we used to be like, what are we doing? We can't get a goal and how nasty them is.
Yo.
It can be like that for
That
them.
1-0 loss hurt, yeah. Jeez.
Yeah, it ain't gonna be a good game to watch. I telling anybody, don't watch that game because it is not going to be fun to watch.
It's gonna be a long day if that's the case, man. You know what I mean?
And then you got a tough schedule coming up. You got City, you got Chelsea, Pops, you got Villa, you got Tottenham. Oh yeah, you dropping points coming up, man. Don't worry.
Yeah, we all got a period.
Yeah.
We got a 4-game window for each of us that can be critical in the season.
100%. Angel
Come
Minerals
on,
holding a little
man.
bit.
Why do you have an agenda against Arsenal, man?
Because your fan base make me turn an agenda against you. There's some Arsenal fans, big up to troops, that are just realists. Then they got some that's just go take it to the next level. When you hear men like Egal put a combined 11 against Real Madrid, and Real Madrid get 2 players in that combined 11, your fan base delusional, bro. I am going to call the men every time. Every time.
Igal doesn't help himself, man. He's another one.
He the only one, though?
I had no problem with Arsenal, but it's just like their fans, like they
Yeah.
they can't help but diss us, man. Like, what if you're gonna diss us? You know, I can't root for you. I can't take it away, man. You just big assholes. Oh my lord.
Mini Ray wants to talk to him.
Oh.
Yeah, it just listen, man. There's some good Arsenal supporters that actually cool people and they're logical.
Big up
But a lot of
Rossi.
the fan
Big
base,
up Moose. Big up
oh
Rama.
man, a lot of the fan base just over the top, and it's just
Boss-
some wild things.
Boss, my best mate is an Arsenal fan, so I know one that's good. The problem is when I'm going online, 99% of them are bad. So even if I'm not friend,
Stay
Especially on
offline.
Twitter,
Stay
bro.
offline. Stay offline. Stay offline. Trust
When
me,
they
stay
when they
offline.
come up with comments like Lacazette, Aubameyang, and who was the other one, Pops? And they try to compare them to Pepe, and they compared them to Salah, Bobby, and Mane. I was like, what a man.
At that time, though.
Not even at that time.
Wait. At that time, what minerals? I want finish your statement.
Was it when they were playing for Arsenal, Laka and Pepe and Oba,
Yes.
or
They were your front three. Yeah.
Yeah, it was our front three. That's what I said at that time.
Yeah.
And they compared them to Salah, Mane, and Firmino and said that they were on their level.
I want you to finish your statement. At that
Continue.
time,
Yeah, that time it was peak, man. Like
they were good. They're comparative.
Bro, I don't speak for the fan base, bro. I represent myself.
So you agree with the fan base with saying minerals or no?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay, you're lucky. You're lucky.
Marcy lucky.
You was no gonna get this look.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like you.
Yeah, but me jumping off. I can see y'all tomorrow. Big up Revenite.
Right,
Big up
Pops.
Minerals. Angel Barnes. Hey, yo.
Tomorrow.
Catch you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a real bad man.
Yeah. Listen, minerals. Look, I wish you. You got a level head, so I ain't gonna cook you. But Gunali know he don't even step in the chat now because he know I waiting on him patiently. I got the receipts. Too. I got them. Don't worry. I can't wait.
Bonds, you even have the critical Arsenal fans like Lee Gunner, but then they have wild takes. Like we can't forget Welbeck's better than Salah. Like guys say stuff like that. Like
he's another one.
You think he's another problem, even though he's like real to an extent.
Exactly, he's real to an extent, but then when he says wild stuff like that, it's like, well, your credibility is gone, man.
Exactly, going through the window. I can't.
He even said that Salah is overrated in a couple of videos.
See, that's what I mean. That's the things I mean. Man.
And he also said that Klopp deserved to get sacked when you guys were getting cooked last year.
Yeah, no.
We got bigger fish to fry.
We got bigger fish to fry. It's all in our hands. Robbie is a yard man like you boys, isn't he?
Arsenal, the Gunners.
Arsenal, man.
Arsenal.
That Arsenal thing, I used to wind my gears up, man.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys because it's kind of like a big thing now. The past 2 days or 1 day, have you heard about that couple that went to a concert and she was cheering or whatever, and it was like an Afrobeat concert, and the guy grabbed the girl and stuff to bring her up on stage and stuff, and this girl, I guess that was her favorite artist or whatever. The man ended up making out with the girl. The girl ended up grinding on him and stuff on stage while her boyfriend's in the stands watching her and stuff. Have you seen that?
No.
Aren't you talking about Asha and Alicia Keys?
No. He talking about fan and an actual artist.
No.
Yeah, it's like an Afro beat artist and stuff, and yeah, craziness, crazy. If you haven't seen it, watch it, bro. I was
I'm not surprised, Angel. There's so much of this zesty stuff going on right now.
Dakota heard it too as well. Dakota could break it down. Craziness.
He's a Nigerian artist. Okay.
Yeah, the girl went on stage.
Nigeria artist, I know. You know what I mean?
The girl went up on stage and stuff, and she started like, you know how what Usher does?
Yeah.
Girls and girls grind up on him. Same concept and stuff, but her boyfriend was literally front and stage. The girl's making out with the guy on stage. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? What has the world gone to?
There was no meltdown, no nothing.
Now
I've heard a lot of those like wild stories, man, where it's like just like the women just go wild, man, and they just like they don't.
So
doing this shit.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question. Let me just ask this question. The boyfriend and the man that she was with stick around?
They didn't show it and stuff because like it was like, to be honest, it was very graphic. Like I like a lot of people in the media and social media is like, yo, I feel bad for this dude. This dude, like, but apparently,
okay.
The girl that says he walked away.
She was surprised. Let me tell you something. I hope she had a credit card or money to get home because I'd be gone.
Yeah.
I'd be gone now. Don't condone that though.
All sort of thing.
It's about self-respect, man. Like
it's self-respect, but it's very disrespectful for the person.
Bonds, it brings me up to my analogy. What would you do if your missus done that and she was with like Dwayne the Rock? I know.
No, but
that's not acceptable to nobody.
No, but minerals,
exactly.
But you got to see minerals. Me and Barnes are married, so we like before we got married, we already weeded out the characteristic of that of our woman. You know what I mean? Like we're not. It's very different. It's very hard to compare being in a relationship or being boyfriend and girlfriend to being married to someone. Because for me, before you get married, you have to weed all that stuff out.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Exactly. Marriage, you have to change a lot, bro. It's different life, man.
You just have to know. Yeah, of course, because it's a commitment. It's a lifelong commitment. I mean, you get married with your other half. You're with them for life. For me, there's no. That's what it is. This is who I want to be with for the rest of my life. It's simple as that. You know what I mean? You raise a family and you move on. You get old together, you die, that's the end of that. They ain't no. But then, as Angel said, you have to know who is the person that you're marrying. And
exactly, bro.
I've seen some really wild stuff though, man, because like cheating culture is being really like it's really different now, guys. Like I see like podcasts with these girls talking about like this guy goes like,
oh John, before you continue, right, the female podcast about the situation that you said, they said, oh no, the guy's insecure for walking away. What?
That's what this is what I'm saying, guys. What I was gonna say was there were girls that literally the guy said like, nah, I've never cheated before, and he says I don't know anyone that cheated, and they're like, nah, there's definitely some people you know that cheated. They're literally like saying that that's okay that everyone cheats, like because they've cheated, they just like put on to you that it's okay to cheat.
Then they want to know that they end up being single and nobody want to be with them as a full.
But to be fair though, in other cultures, you can have multiple wives. I know.
That is a religion thing.
That's different though.
That's different. That's different.
Because even if you have multiple wives, you respect those wives though.
100%.
You know what I mean? It's different. It's different. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't know.
Like
exactly.
Dakota said it perfect. Exactly. Imagine the situation was reversed and it was the man that went up on his stage and she was there. She be bent over the shit, bro.
No, there's something else going on too. Have you heard about? Because in America, a whole bunch of craziness goes down. So apparently, there's a mother that she posted up a post on, I don't know, Instagram, Facebook, or whatever. She's like, "Oh, generational wealth or whatever, and I'm gonna set up my daughter for success or whatever." Well, it's nice. That's nice to hear and stuff. Yeah. You keep reading, and there's a video of the mom owns a waxing business. She waxes people and stuff. That's her business. good business and stuff or whatever. The 7-year-old, she has a 7-year-old girl waxing women private parts at 7 years.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Christ. Oh man.
Bloody hell, man.
At
But
7 years
Child
old.
labor.
I'm
That's
not
what you call
surprised. I'm
child
not
labor,
surprised.
fam.
in
You know what I'm
Memphis and
saying?
stuff, and now Memphis police is getting involved because they're like, well, what the fuck is this going on? Because you got
That's child abuse.
child abuse, child labor law, all that stuff, and it's like, yeah.
Listen, people had gone.
But no, Barnes. But even
Go
then,
ahead,
right, you blame the mother, right? But you have to blame the 24 women that they open up their legs to get this
100%.
from that little
Exactly, bro.
100%.
But
How is it that not one of them said anything?
yeah.
But this is like one of the worst times for parenting in
Exactly.
it's ever
This
been.
society's fucked. You know what I
No,
mean?
it's
Society is
not.
crazy.
No, it's not. You know what it is? There are a lot of people that have children that shouldn't have children. It's as simple as that. Because
And the same
but
thing,
like,
Barnes, the same thing, right? The same logic of being in a relationship, being married. It's the same logic. People, just certain people aren't meant to be.
Yeah.
Certain
people
things.
aren't meant. Listen, there's a saying in my place here that everything changes apart from idiots. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's true. You as a parent should be instilling ethics, values into your children from a young age. That they're gonna live by a structure and a code. That is how they're gonna live their life. And you won't see stuff like this. But when there's no structure, and this is all stems from home, then you're gonna see all this wild stuff. You think all of these young women these days that are out and about and doing OnlyFans and stuff.
Yeah.
You think they
Like
got
as
good
for duets
structure from
and
home?
OnlyFans.
Don't let's not get into the OnlyFans.
Oh no! I could go down that road. You really think that they got
man.
good structure at home? Because
Exactly.
you would, if you had a good structure at home, you would have some self-respect for yourself. It's as simple as that.
I'm all for seeing some cheeks, though. You know what I mean?
Get out of here, man.
Angel, you know. That can't
Bro,
happen
it's
in African
crazy.
households, you know what I mean?
But then you know what it is? Then those particular people want to know that 10 years down the line, 12 years down the line, they're asking the question, why am I single? Why are you single? You think a real man won't deal with you?
Barnes is the same with adult film stars. I've seen some asking that question, like,
see, what do you expect?
One of them was like, yeah, you know, I don't know why the guy left me. I just banged his brother and his father, or whatever. I'm like,
No, but this is the thing, though, right? That's what, like, there's a term, right, in modern media, whatever, the villain arc. That's why men get to that. We go in this phase of being a villain now. We go in this villain arc because of certain situations and stuff. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, Dakota,
I've always
you're
been a
right.
villain,
That is
to
a
be
different
fair.
part, but that's what a lot of them are doing, and that's the sad part.
Yeah,
But Barnes, though, speaking of villain arcs, like, were you a bad man? Were you a bad man, as in you had the fear factor growing up?
I never had to be honest.
Why though? Like, you need to have that to be respected.
I'll tell you why, Minerals, because I live my life based on a code, and I never deviated from that code ever. I'm a pretty cool and chill dude, but those are the ones you actually have to worry about.
Yes, yeah. What is it? They always say the quiet ones are the most dangerous, right?
Yeah, that means the ones that you should fear. I'm just cool and chill, man. I live my life easy.
But sometimes
I'm Christian. I'm very spiritual in my life. I believe in God. I live a right way every single day of my life, every single day, and I don't deviate from that. Period. I try not to let people to take me down a negative way. You know what I'm saying?
I know, but sometimes you have to fight the battles and.
Nah, you gotta turn the other way, bro.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Bonds. Like,
you have to.
I like to avoid like confrontation if possible. Yeah. It's one of my.
And that's not because you don't want the confrontation, is that
Yeah.
you know within yourself is that you can go into the confrontation because you actually have no fear. That's the thing. So if you don't want to go into that, your best option is to not deal with that negative situation. It's best to just step away.
It takes a real man to contain themselves, and that's the battle of life. You know what I mean? And like
Life's full of challenges, man.
We all women, men, whatever you tell yourself or whatever you are and stuff like that. Big up.
Yeah.
But bonds though, sometimes you have to scrap and show
No.
that you're the top dog.
Nah, you don't have to.
You don't like that's the thing though. And this is where we're going to, right? Like, yes, the world is an evil. The way I see it, the world is an evil place.
Very.
And in order for you to live in it, you have to be built a certain way. That's something, you know what I mean. It is what it is.
It's a code.
But it is like, I don't know if it's a code or whatever. It's just
for you personally. Everyone has their own structure and how.
It's kind of like an inbuilt thing into your like who you are in, like who like a human thing, right? Like it's just like something we feel like it's inherent, like to try and like better to go in that direction, kind of thing.
Yeah, you got to look at consequences in the long run, right? You always have to. Like, what outcome is this really gonna do? So scrapping with someone, what good is that gonna do? Because I'll be honest with you, Minerals, in these days, and I can say it point blank because I'm older. The people or the youths of these days, they're punks. You know why? Because they want to reach for a knife, they want to reach for a gun, and then you lose your life. When I grew up, you got in a scrap, and then you duke it out, best man win, you move on. It done there. There ain't no coming back and none of this. That's the end of that.
No revenge afterward, right? Yeah.
These days, that don't happen. So what is the point of even? And you've experienced it yourself. You said it tonight. So it's not even worth it. What's the point?
Man, you brought
better to walk away.
You brought me to one of my regrets.
It's better sometimes to talk away too.
Man, you brought me to one of
myself. Like sometimes I have this obsession about being number one. That's
okay,
also another. That's also another thing in society. Do you think that's a problem? Like
yeah, it is a problem.
Yeah,
being obsessed of being number one.
Yeah, it is a problem because you're not number one.
Man, when you guys talking about this, man, it just brings back memories of one thing that I regret. And I'm not a violent guy, but there's just like one moment where I just regret what I did was, and let's get it straight. This was my grandfather, which I love. He's no longer with us. And one time, it's just like one of those things that happened so fast, kind of like a reaction. But he was a bit of a cheeky character, and he would mess around with my dog all the time. But this time, he kind of, in my opinion, he went a little far. He basically kicked my dog. But like he kicked it, nothing crazy, but like a little bit too hard, in my opinion. And I just kicked him hard in the leg. And just since then, I just regret it because I've never like kicked out or hit anyone. And it's just like one of those things that it's just like it's still stuck with me. And what is that, like? I think that was like 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It still bothers me, man.
Yeah, Minerals, I hear what you're saying. There's no, to achieve things in life. I'll give you the best advice. Using this is better than using this. Knowledge is power. Put it that way. You could accomplish way more with this than with this.
Yeah, you can always put yourself into self-improvement in other ways. You know, if you can't think of being number one in a certain way, try and find being number one in another way.
Exactly. If you're a type of person that you like fighting, go and box. Go and get in a boxing ring and go and box. Hit a bag. You know what I mean? If you're in a weight guy, go and hit a bag. Go and do some UFC, some mixed martial arts. Get some exercise, plus get out some built up frustration. That's okay too. but it's just better to just do things the right way, because as Angel said, this earth is messed up, evil, all around us. You see all bunch of craziness, and it's just not worth it. Especially you as a young man, you got a lot of your life to live. You got a long time to live. If you don't live it the right way, your life gonna be very short. But
Yeah,
if you live it the
absolutely.
right way, you can have a very long and prosperous life with a family and kids that you could pass on what not to do, what you used to do, and show them what you're not to do. You could be the role model for your kids. That would be the
Yeah.
best advice to tell you. You got to know, yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, stay humble, just say it. Even with relationships, you have to know when to be the bigger picture and when to turn the other side and stick back and say, you know what? This is just not even worth it.
But the way I see it too, like in a relationship, right? And the way I see it, I see life as chess. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And people won't understand the analogy, but like the strongest piece in the board is the queen. She's your backbone. Without the queen, you're most likely going to lose the match of chess.
100%.
Without the
It's the
king,
most.
and without the king, you lose the game entirely.
You lose the game,
so,
yeah.
so you need you need each other, and you have to know how to speak to the queen in your woman, and and vice versa. The queen has to know how to speak to the king in you.
Exactly.
So you know, what I mean, that's just life.
Again, that's a whole respect thing, right?
Yeah.
That's a whole respect thing.
Yeah.
Because when you find the one that you're going to spend the rest of your life with, you know that she got your back through the good times and through the bad
The bad
times.
time.
That's as
Absolutely.
simple as that. And vice versa. You know, or she knows that it's the same thing. You got to have a strong woman at your back, by your side, every single to know that. But you know that she can go out on a road with her girls, and you ain't got nothing to worry about because you know who she is as a woman.
But I'm gonna check out guys and stuff.
Yeah, we're gonna bounce off now. But yeah, this is check me giving some life lessons to the young one.
Yo,
Big
a
up,
quick,
man.
a quick thing. I
Yeah,
wonder,
man.
just like a 2-second thing. Have you guys like this? This is kind of like an ironic thing where people go like, when you're younger, you care about things that when you're older, you think back at like, why did I give a crap about that type of stuff?
It's a fact. Yeah.
And then you're like, why couldn't I get myself out of that haze when I was younger, where it just seemed like so much more important? And now you're like, it's like, what the hell was it? What the hell did I even get angry about? Like this little tiny crap that happens.
Yeah.
But that's life, man. Life's not supposed to be easy, man. I think that's what,
Yeah.
and that's why people struggle. Is they have this misconception.
Yeah, death gotta be easy because
You
life
know,
is
it's
hard.
not easy, man.
It's true.
You need to be a dog out here
Yeah.
in this world, man. You gotta be a savage to
Many
live.
men wish
Seriously,
death upon you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
survival,
Life is full of challenges, man.
survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
And for the
Many
young
men,
ones,
50 Cent highlights what life is about.
yeah, it's and what I would give advice to the young ones is pick an elder person that you look up to and pick their brain, man, and learn, because they've been through things that you haven't and you haven't experienced yet, and they can give you some piece of information that could actually help you as a young one. But yeah, we're gonna leave it at that one.
Yeah.
But big up to everyone. Thanks for caring. We running 4 hours, longest stream ever.
Barnes, can you believe it, man? Like last night on the ends thing, and I'm here, man. I feel like I've talked for like my whole life, man.
I know. We had a long one last night too. Again, it's true. But yeah, much love. Catch us tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Preview show. The boys will be back. Angel, myself, Pops, and yeah. Love as always, people. Make sure you smash them likes when you're on your way out. Share the video. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Bajanreds, we out. Peace.
Peace.
Peace.